Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Tiberium Wars Double Trouble 2 vs 2 tournament, hosted proudly by GameReplays.org. My name is Sparty, or Spartacus, whichever you prefer, or you can just call me Big Noob, or Hey Big Jerk. I don't know why I put the big in front of it, maybe it just makes me feel a little bit better. But anyways, 2 vs 2 action, Double Trouble, and should be quite a bit of fun on Tiberium Wars today. So no Kane's Wrath, for those of you that may know me for the Kane's Wrath action. It's going to be Tiberium Wars, so a little bit different, but we have had a recent Tiberium Wars tournament which actually went phenomenally well. It was the, I believe, February Fury tournament hosted back in February. Who would have thought? So you can check that out on my channel if you guys are interested in Tiberium Wars action. That was a full live stream. It was a 1v1 tournament, pretty standard format, and that actually turned out to be an excellent set of games. And yeah, so 2v2 this time around. Lots of big names showing up for this one, so I'm interested to see how this one ends up shaking out. Most notable name I think that anybody would recognize coming back that we haven't seen recently in tournaments would be Bike Rush Owns. That's right, Bike Rush Owns is in this tournament. He is signed up. I don't remember exactly who his partner is, but Bike Rush is going to be a formidable force to deal with, even if he has not participated in tournaments recently. He's a very strong player, and we'll have to see if anybody can bring him down today. But on that same note, we have another very big sign-up in the form of Maze. You may know him as XS Illusion, but we'll call him Maze for the day, and he has been performing outstandingly well in the last few tournaments. In fact, he has won both of the previous tournaments in both games. So he picked up a win in the most recent Tiberium Wars tournament, the February Fury 1v1, and then he also picked up a come-from-behind victory in the Kane's Wrath free-for-all tournament that was hosted just a couple of weeks ago. So very, very strong player, formidable force to deal with today, and we'll have to see if he's able to get that crazy set of antics to work out for him today. Again, I'm not quite sure exactly who the teams are at the moment, but I believe we will be underway here momentarily. Just going to be looking for the bracket update. But we do have a decent number of signups. Last to my knowledge, I believe we've got 23 people officially signed up, which means at least 11 teams, possibly a 12th team coming in if somebody else signs up as well. So yeah, should be a good set of games today. Very, very good turnout for a 2v2 tournament. Obviously 1v1s draw a little bit higher on the player count, but 23 players for Tiberium Wars is pretty strong. So we'll be checking in on that momentarily once the brackets go live. If you guys are interested, you can check out all of the tournament information in the description of the video below. You can click on that little show more button and it will give you all the info that I'm looking at, and you guys can review that along with me. I think I've included the tournament sign-up topic so you can see exactly who's signed up, what the teams are that have already been situated, and then also a link to the bracket. Also, something to keep in mind is if you guys are enjoying the music at all, or if at all, during the broadcast today, all music is provided by Zircon, a fantastic music developer, and you can check out all of his information down in the links below. It's got links to all of his Facebook, SoundCloud, website, Bandcamp, all that stuff. So he is pretty fantastic. All of this music is free for anybody to use in any video, so if you guys are enjoying it, be sure to check it out and be sure to download it. So, with all of that aside, let me check in with the tournament officials, see where we're at as far as getting the brackets updated, and then we'll be giving you guys a quick rundown, and we'll be jumping into our first set of games, so be sure to stay tuned. All right, everybody. So the brackets are still in the process of being updated. I think we have an odd number of players, so we're just trying to make sure that everybody's got a fair shake. But I can run you guys through the team names and sign up so far, and we can get rolling on that bracket once it's finally updated. So starting right off the top, team Cheatnuts. I don't know, it's got some kind of a crazy, funky spelling. You can check it out for yourself if you check out that link in the below. But we'll call them Team Cheatnuts. It's going to be Bike Rush Owns and Maze. So two of the strongest contenders, I would say, for the title. If you were to put them on any team, they're going to be teaming up today. So that's going to be an extremely strong team from my understanding. We'll have to keep an eye on those guys. Down below that, Allied Nations will be the forces of Survivor Man, aka Cabal, and Aggressive Panda. So I believe he is streaming and will potentially be casting depending on whether or not he's eliminated. But you can be sure to check out Aggressive Panda's FPV for the time being over at twitch.tv/aggressivepanda. He's a very strong player, has been participating in pretty much every tournament recently, and has been playing exceedingly well in the last few tournaments. So we'll have to see if he's able to pull out another good showing here today, and maybe get himself into the finals. We'll have to see. Down below that, we have Team Barley, Awake and Very Drunk, aka BAVD, and that will be Lose for the Win and Signal Runner. I've heard both of those names before, not quite sure who they are, but we'll assume that they are decent players all the same. Down below that, we have Team Nice NG, which will be Nice RU and NG. Nice RU being a player that I've seen in multiple tournaments, most recently the Kane's Wrath Free-For-All tournament. He actually played extremely well, so we'll have to see if he's able to have a nice showing here in Tiberium Wars. I believe he is a native Tiberium Wars player, so should be expecting a bit of a better performance out of him today than we have seen in the past. But down below that, we have the team of hashtag Xbox 360 Kings, and that will be Flame Dremin and I Practice More. Both players being from Xbox 360, obviously. Flame Dremin I know a little bit more than I Practice More. I think I've seen the I Practice More name before, but I can't tell you who he is or how good he is. Flame Dremin, I know he's very, very good on Xbox 360. I have not seen any games of him playing on PC, so we'll have to see how that one shakes out. I've heard rumors that he plays with a controller on PC. Don't know exactly how you do that. I guess you could use a controller emulator, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know if he still does that. I think that would put you at a pretty significant disadvantage, but all the same. Down below that, we have Team Anonymous Force, which is going to be Mr. Wolf and Be Strong. Again, two names that I've heard of in the Tiberium Wars scene. Not terribly familiar with skill levels, so we'll have to check in on those guys and see how they do. Down below that, we have Team Victorius Secret. Haha, get it? It's a little play on words there. We have Unknown and Yuri Sidorov. I'm sure I slaughtered that name, so we'll just call him Yuri. Unknown and Yuri, both players that I've seen before. I would call them mid to high level players in Tiberium Wars, so they are definitely in contention to put on a good show here today. Down below that, Team Hartly Studioed, which is going to be Hart and Studio. Who would have thought? And both of those players, again, decently strong players. I'm not terribly familiar with them. But then down below that, we have Team Dimante, which is going to be, I believe, Dimi, which I think is Dimitri. Apologies, my Skype volume is a little bit too loud. Turn that down on my speakers. But what we have going on down below that, Team Liquid Animals, which is going to be Gorilla and Liquid Ocelot. So that should be an interesting team to see out on the field. And our final team that I can see here as far as pre-made teams, we have Team Grimly Hydro, and that will be the team of Hydrolace. Sorry, I realized that I was pronouncing that wrong for the last couple tournaments. It is Hydrolace and Grim327. So that's going to be all of our teams for today, as far as I know. It sounds like there may be some changes to the bracket. I think that's what my Skype messages here were for. Nope, maybe not. And yeah, it's looking like the brackets are in fact up. Let's refresh that. Okay, so yeah, the brackets have been posted. We'll go ahead and check in on that in just a moment. I'm going to try to get one of these games snatched up here, and then we'll run through the brackets lightning fast, and then jump in straight into game number one. So be sure to stick around, everybody. We're going to be jumping right in. Alright everybody, we've got the bracket up and running, so you can be sure to check that out from the link below in the description of the video, or you can check it out right here as I'm pulling it up on the screen. So we're going to be doing this really quickly. If you guys want to check out the player names, you can head over to the links in the description below. But the round of 16, we're going to be seeing Team Cheatnuts. I'm sorry, I was misinformed on the name of the team here. They are Team Cheatnuts, not Chestnuts. So the information that I was provided was in fact wrong, and I was corrected on that and looked like a fool. But yeah, so it's going to be Team Cheatnuts versus Team Liquid Animals. That's actually the first game that we're going to be jumping into. That's going to be a best of 3 series, round of 16. Down below that, we have Team Nice Engie getting a free win out of the round of 16. Team Dimante also getting a free win. Down below that, we have Team Anonymous Force facing off against Allied Nations. And that's going to also be a best of 3. Team Victorius Secret, Xbox 360 Kings, and Hartly Shocked, all getting free wins out of the round of 16. And then down below that, the final match we have as the Grimly Hydro versus Team BAVD. So we'll have to see how this one ends up shaking out. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 momentarily, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this round of 16 best of 3 series between Team Cheatnuts and Team Liquid Animals. And that brings us to the map Battle for Middle Egypt. And spawning in the bottom, I apologize, I'm going to have to pull this up all day just because I'm not sure where everybody starts. Spawning in the bottom as the yellow nod, we have Liquid... Oh jeez, that's Liquid Ocelot, sorry. They keep mixing up the names on me. And then let's see, his teammate... Just to the north of him, as the green Scrin, we have Gorilla. And then spawning in the upper left-hand corner, as the cyan GDI, we have Maze. And down below that, the big man himself, spawning as the red GDI, we have Bike Rush Owns. Let me just make sure that I've got everything sorted here. Okay. Sorry about this, everybody. This on-the-fly stuff can be a little bit troublesome, but yes, Cheatnuts versus Liquid Animals, so left versus right. Should be interesting to see how this one works out. Bike Rush Owns did go for double refinery first, sold them both off, and has rebuilt both of them again. So he's already up to 4 and 2. That's a build I haven't seen, but again, I'm not a native Tiberium Wars player. Pretty interesting to see that. He went Crane into double refinery, So very, very heavy eco play coming out from Bike Rush. And up in the right-hand corner, we do have as Gorilla. He is up to now 4 and 2 as well. So Bike Rush going to be a bit ahead in terms of economy, but Gorilla is already moving out for the expand. Third refinery comes down for Bike Rush. And let's see what's going on here for Maze in the meantime. Just 2 refineries here. He's sitting on 4 harvesters as well, so he's a little bit further behind, but he packed up and went for the expand really, really early in comparison, so he should be able to establish himself on that middle field pretty quickly. But man, Gorilla is lightning fast to get here to the middle. This has been spotted by Maze, so he is aware of the fact that that Gorilla is not fast-teching, that he's just going to expand. He could be fast-teching. Okay, so he's got a tier 2, which is what you would expect out of a Scrin player. You know, those Devourer tanks, just so strong. and the crane, or rather the foundry, being sold off. So that's going to just eliminate that additional build path for him. And War Factory still pumping out units, more than likely up to the number of harvesters that these guys are comfortable with. And Liquid Ocelot going to be sending out some units to assist his MCV here. Wants to kill off that Pitbull before it does too much damage to his MCV, though it's not going to be a base killing force. Mike Rashone's going for some really heavy aggression here. He's dropped a War Factory here on the front lines, pumping out Predator tanks. And they are going to be joining him on the front lines here in a moment. But it is going to be a straight-up base push here coming out from Mike Rashone's. We'll have to see if he's able to make this one work out. I haven't seen too many, base pushes in recent weeks, but up to see. MCV caught a little bit out of position here. It is up on the mountain, or rather the hill there, and it will be deploying now. Not a whole lot in the way of reinforcements here for Bike Rush, but he does drop another War Factory, so we're going to be putting a lot of pressure on. He's just continuing to push forward with that MCV. Obviously, this map, pretty significant distance between player bases, so we'll have to see if he's able to make this base push work. But he's putting a lot of pressure here onto Liquid Ocelot. He is actually going to pack up his MCV. Doesn't necessarily want to continue to fight this, or I think he may have packed it up thinking that there was an NG there. Not quite sure if there was one. There may well have been one, but he's packed that up. He is trying to escape, but he is not going to be able to escape with that MCV. He's going to unpack. Needs to be careful here, though, because there is going to be that eventual engineer that comes out, and he's going to be looking to secure himself a construction yard. Is he going to be capturing the construction yard? Bike Rush owns, grabs himself the construction yard. He has full control of a Nod MCV at this point. He could actually send that second engineer in to repair that construction yard as well and have a second build path here. So Liquid Ocelot, I don't know about the choice there to actually allow him to capture that MCV. But down, or rather up in the north, we do have the Scrin Devourer tanks putting on a lot of pressure here onto Maze. But now a Sonic Emitter being dropped, going to be able to hold this off pretty well. Orca's coming back in. They look like they've already been here and fighting for a little while. Gunwalker's going to be in a reverse move at the moment and not going to be able to assist their allies there, and the Devourer tanks will go down. It's looking like it's pretty much lights out here for Liquid Ocelot, and yeah, Team Liquid Animals just going to be tossing this one in, realizing that they are just too far behind. Alright, so Fast and Furious game number 1 with some base pushing action coming out from Bike Rush Owns and Maze in the form of Team Cheatnuts. And they're going to be picking on themselves up a quick game number 1 victory in about 4.5 minutes. So pretty strong moves there from these guys. They're showing that they are here and they mean business. We'll have to see if they're able to do the same thing coming up in game number 2. And that's going to be coming up right now. Alright, and that brings us to game number 2 of this best of 3 series. And spawning in the bottom right corner of Crater of Carnage as the first member of Team Liquid Animals, as the yellow Nod, we have Liquid Ocelot. And then up in the north, his teammate, once again starting on the right-hand side, as the green Nod, we have Gorilla. Then sliding over to the left-hand side, spawning as the pink GDI, we have Bike Rush Owns. And then rounding out all 4 players and spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the cyan GDI once again, we have Maze. So let me just make sure that I've got this right. Oh my goodness, I gotta start changing this stuff in advance. And this is Crater. Okay. So, Crater of Carnage. Pretty interesting map. Lots of Tiberium in the center of the map, obviously. Lots of expansions. Players going to be looking to move towards each other. And I'm going to be interested to see how that one ends up shaking out. But these guys gave me the choice on map. Team Liquid Animals didn't seem to be too fussed about which map they were going to be playing. So, I chose this one. Thought it was interesting. Be a fast tier 2 here for Liquid Ocelot down in the bottom right-hand corner. We'll have to see. It looks like it may be a Flame Rush, obviously. Obviously, it will be a Flame Rush, Sparty. Come on, man. You should know this. And we just have some additional scouting units kind of running around the map right here. So it's going to be up to Liquid Ocelot to make sure that he does not allow Bike Rush or Maze to see this. And of course, Maze is going to see it. Being the player that he is, he's spotted this. He has a Pitbull out. So he's going to be herding that Flame Tank back to the War Factory for the time being. And will more than likely give him plenty of time to react to this. It doesn't appear as though Liquid Ocelot's too fussed about it. Pumps out a Raider Buggy. It looks like he wants to dig out that Scout before they actually grab a Foxhole. Kind of interesting that he went for that as opposed to like a Scorpion Tank or a Bike or something. Get rid of that Pitbull. But Bike Rush Jones, once again, just going for that standard eco. And he's going to be moving to the middle of the map this time around. Not going to be looking to go for that cheesy base push, at least not for the time being. And he's actually grabbed himself a Foxhole in the expansion of Gorilla. Gorilla, once again, the man leading the charge as far as expanding goes. He is already in the middle of the map here. He's already got some economy established on this field. And he does want to get that Harvester off the line right now. He is going to pull that now. So more than likely going to be seeing Scorpion Tanks coming out. He should be able to hold this off. Should not lose that Harvester. And we'll check in on him in a little bit. And Maze, it seemed like he killed off that Flame Tank. But he's just coming back in just to keep eyes on it. Orca's back out on the field for Maze, so it looks like Orca's maybe the unit of choice here for Maze today, as it looks like they are working quite well. He's going to kill off that Flame Tank there. Does lose an Orca for his troubles, I believe. And now he's going to be shooting up the tier 2 of Liquid Ocelot. In the meantime, he does have his airfield. He has his tier 2. And not a whole lot more going on for him. Actually, already up to tier 3. So Fast Tech coming out from Maze down in the bottom left. And Bike Rush Jones, he's being pressured here a little bit. His expansion is pretty much undefended. He does have a number of War Factories here. He also has some economy established on this far left field. But now they're being pressured by the Scorpion Tanks. Scorpion Tanks may be missing an opportunity there to kill off that Harvester, but they are out of range of the Scorpion Tanks, so not taking too much damage. Additional rallies coming in here. And now Gorilla is actually caught between a rock and a hard place. He has Pitbulls coming from the south from Maze, as well as Orcas and Predator Tanks coming in from Bike Rush Owns. So lots and lots of forces there to actually kill him off. And I think we actually just saw a super weapon come down for Maze. Yeah, so we already have the Ion Control Center coming down here for Team Cheatnuts. So it's going to be a race against the clock here for Team Liquid Animals to actually put some pressure on and eliminate that, or at least knock these guys out of the game before then. And now it's going to be Bike Rush Jones looking to return the pressure to Gorilla here in the form of Predator Tank pressure. Lots and lots of Predator Tanks here coming out on the front lines. Does have his MCV here as well. And Hand of Nod going to be camped here by the Watchtower drops from Bike Rush Owns. And Maze could obviously assist his ally here if he chose to do so, but doesn't look like he really needs the help. And Bike Rush Owns is pretty much steamrolling this base. Could definitely kill off this refinery as well as kill off the War Factory. Doesn't appear as though Gorilla is actually producing anything off of that. He is producing a little bit of infantry there, but not too much to be concerned about. Gorilla already throwing in the towel, so he is already gone. And now it's going to be up to Liquid Ocelot to hold on to this game and see if he can actually come back and make a 1v2 come from behind victory a thing here today. And a number of Pitbulls here going to be getting picked off. And actually looks like the Bloodhounds could actually be getting shot up here by the bikes, as well as all these units the second they drop down. Yeah, the bike's going to be picking off a couple of those units before they even drop. And yeah, they're all going to get cleaned up. But honestly, I think it's just a matter of time until Liquid Ocelot is forced out of this game. Bike Rush Owns is looking extremely strong. Has a ton of Predator tanks here that are coming back, likely going to get some repairs and then continue the push. And we do have bikes here, actually, from Liquid Ocelot. Going to be looking to go for that harass around the back end of Bike Rush Owns, but doesn't look like he's looking to continue to put the pressure on. Bike Rush Owns did have a watchtower there to try to stave that off, but it doesn't appear as though Liquid Ocelot is too fussed with it. And actually, we did have more bikes here in the bottom left corner of the map. Those were picked off as well by the Orcas, but again, slowing a little bit to a crawl. Actually, it looks like Liquid Ocelot's still producing off of both MCVs, so he's not ready to give up. He's still in this game. His field in the bottom right corner of the map has been completely cleaned up, so he's going to be reliant on the expansions to actually gain the remainder of his economy. But he's going to be sitting pretty on economy as far as right now is concerned, just due to the fact that he's sitting on 2 base, or rather 4 base economy. And now he's actually being pressured here by the forces of Maze in the form of upgraded railgun mammoth tanks, as well as some rifleman squads here, likely just from some sold-out structures. Orca's coming in as well, just kind of flying over the top of this army, just trying to get eyes on what's going on here. Want to see what is up. And a huge number of Scorpion tanks here, but up against railgun mammoth tanks, definitely not the units that you want to be throwing into the mix. Harvester's going to be going down there, I think. Liquid Ocelot managed to pick off 2 Harvesters there, but not too much more to be said. He's going to be losing pretty much everything else. Fanatics actually coming in, do quite a bit of damage there, actually take out one of the Mammoth tanks. Second Mammoth tank being taken pretty low. It's going to be a matter of Maze trying to keep this alive or not. Doesn't appear as though he's too fussed about it. Those Mammoth tanks are still alive, so 2 Mammoth tanks just continuing to push these guys down. 1 Mammoth tank does go down. It actually gives a veteran status to that Scorpion tank. And what do we have going on up in the north? Looks like Bike Rush Owns is expanding off to the right-hand side. Going to be looking to get himself some additional economy. Just continuing to snowball out of control. More Fanatics running out on the field. Not a terrible idea, but honestly, the watchtower drops here from Maze going to be enough to stave that off pretty heavily, and he's going to be keeping that veteran Mammoth tank alive a little bit longer. Rig coming out as well, going to be getting him those very hefty repairs on the front lines, adding a little bit of DPS as well. And now Bike Rush Owns his Predator tank army is just surging in from the north, and he's looking to come through for the final blow here. No upgrades for Bike Rush Owns at the time being. Looks like he's just straight up macroing and just spamming out of control. So Liquid Ocelot, he's put up a good fight, but honestly, it is just too little too late, and he's not going to be able to stay in this game for too much longer. It's going to be the slow push of the GDI armor through the remainder of this base, and Bike Rush Owns is continuing to just steamroll forward, and Bike Rush beaconing, not quite sure what he's up to. Okay, so an interesting refinery placement, but Liquid Ocelot, realizing that he just has no opportunity to really hold on in this game, he'll be throwing in the towel and calling the GG. So Team Cheatnuts picking themselves up a game number 2 and the victory in the series. This is a best-of-3 series, so they did take it 2-0. So GG's to those gentlemen. They will be progressing on forward in the tournament, and Gorilla and Liquid Ocelot, despite their best efforts, will be departing from the remainder of the tournament. But they did have a very, very difficult opponent to start with, so commendable work there from these guys. Gorilla maybe tapping out a little bit earlier than he should have, or rather that we would have liked to see. But yeah, that's going to be pretty much it for that series. Not much more analysis to be had there, and we're going to be moving on to the round of 8 momentarily, everybody. So be sure to stick around. All right, sorry for the wait. Long time, everybody. Just trying to sort out which set of games we're going to be jumping into. The series that I'm trying to get into, we do have some issues with players not joining the lobby, so just trying to get that stuff sorted out. We will be underway momentarily, everybody. So be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this quarterfinals series. And this will be a best of 3 series, and spawning in the upper left-hand corner of Battle for Middle Egypt as the green GDI, we have Unknown. And his teammate down in the bottom left-hand corner as the red Scrin, we have Yuri. Or Yuri Sidorov, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that name to be honest. So we'll call him Yuri. And then spawning over on the right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner rather, as the GDI, we have Dante. And in the upper right-hand corner, rounding out all 4 players, as probably the most confusing name that I've ever seen, we have DFL. He's like DFL and then a bunch of numbers and letters and things like that afterwards. Not quite sure who he is, to be honest, and it's going to be, let's see, let me make sure that I've got my scoreboard correct here. And I do. Yeah, so it's going to be Team Victorius Secret versus Team Dimante. And I believe it was supposed to be Dimitri CNC and Dimante, or rather, I'm sorry, Dante rather, down in the bottom corner there. But Dimitri CNC, for whatever reason, seems to have disappeared or decided that he didn't want to play. So he is not going to be here, so DFL going to be filling in for him. And yeah, there was just a little bit of controversy here as to how we were going to go about doing that. But it is sorted out now, and we are all set to go. So once again, just going to be standard openers here for most of these guys. Nothing too crazy going on. 4 and 2 for most of these players at this point in the game. Actually, only 3 and 2 here coming out from Dante. So he's a little bit behind the game here at the moment. Secret Tank coming out here from DFL in the north. Going to be looking to get a scout on the expansion here, and he will actually catch the MCV here. So he has an opportunity to poke some damage on that. And just do a little bit of damage there to Unknown. Nothing too crazy, but Unknown's actually drafted a watchtower here. Will be disintegrators coming out for Yuri, and there is an APC engineer here coming in from Dante, and that's taking quite a bit of damage from these disintegrators. It's likely he's going to drop off that. Wow, the engineer comes out and immediately captures a refinery, so he does get a refinery capture. And now that APC can die happy knowing that he did his job. But doesn't look like it's set Yuri back too far. He does still have those 2 refineries. Builds another one instantly. And he is back up and running. Does have that tier 2 as well. Meanwhile, DFL in the upper right-hand corner does have a scout in his base, but he's up to tier 2. He's already expanded towards the center. He's a little bit late on that expansion in comparison to Unknown, who already has some refineries set up, as well as a war factory here on the front line. So he's got a lot of production here in the middle of the map, and he also has a lot of economy as well. So we'll have to see if he's able to keep that up. And Yuri here just moving around with a couple of units. He does have the Corruptor out on the field. Looks like there are just a couple of sold-off watchtowers from Unknown as well. And there is a lightning spike now in the base of Unknown, and he's got to deal with that. Unfortunately, is on low power, so that watchtower not really doing anything at all. And not quite sure. Oh, we have another APC engineer here rolling around for Dante. Could potentially be grabbing himself a war factory. It looks like he should be able to grab the war factory. Nice move there from Dante. So being extremely annoying with those APC engineers, obviously with the reduced capture time being 0 seconds. In Tiberium Wars, they can jump right out of the APC and jump right into the building and be in very little amounts of danger for the time being. So war factory being cut off there by Dante, so Unknown, he needs to get his production back up and running here in the middle of the map. Otherwise, he's just going to be hemorrhaging cash, and that's not a good thing to be doing, especially in an RTS game. What do we have coming on here from DFL? DFL going for those standard Devourer tanks. That's kind of what we would expect to see, especially in this situation. Devourer tanks just so good against pretty much any of the tier 1, tier 2 units coming out from GDI or Scrin. So actually, it's going to be straight up tier 3 coming out here from Yuri down in the bottom left-hand corner. Already has a tripod out on the field, and he's just now getting his economy established in the middle. Does have a number of those Corruptors out on the field, maybe looking to clear out the garrisons, but not a whole lot of garrisoning going on here for either of these players. It looks like Dante has grabbed himself one of the garrisonable structures, but not going to be doing a whole lot there. Does actually kill off one of the buzzers before he gets killed himself, so a nice move there. What else do we have going on for Unknown? Just continuing to refine there with just those 2 harvesters and 2 refineries. We do have APC engineers coming out for Unknown at this point, so it's looking like he's looking to return the favor. Actually, wow, he's got 3 APC engineers at the moment, maybe pumping out some more. to check in on that momentarily. He does have that tier 2 as well, so could be seeing an airfield. That would be pretty powerful. And now there are 4 Devourer tanks here rolling around for DFL. Going to be looking to put the pressure on. It looks like he's going to try to kill off these Seeker tanks first. Only a couple of these Devourer tanks actually have charged beams at the moment. And they do kill off both of those Seeker tanks. Now going to be looking to put the pressure on the Harvesters. Unknown actually selling off that refinery. I don't know if that was necessary, but he will actually be keeping that Harvester alive. That's pretty good. Needs to be careful here about not losing that Harvester as well. And where did those APCs end up going? APCs, where did you go? Okay, so we've got 1 APC rolling around on the top of the map. Actually, 2 APCs coming out here from Unknown. Not quite sure where the third one ended up, but forcing the sell-off of that refinery as well. DFL putting a lot of pressure on Unknown. And he's going to be securing himself a nice foothold in the middle of the map, allowing Dante a lot of breathing room as well, as it really kind of staves off any additional push from the north. And Dante, he's up to that tier 3 at the moment, pumping out those mammoth tanks. Not something we see all that often in Kane's Wrath, if ever, for that matter. And it's looking like railguns are going to be on the way for Dante. So he's producing those now. APC is spotted. It does have a buzzer hive chasing it around, so Unknown will likely have to come around the edge of this this extractor before he drops off his engineer. Actually, no, he's going to go for the tier 2. That's an interesting choice. Tier 2, a little bit less expensive. Actually, no, DFL gets the instant sell-off, but Unknown quick enough, he's going to be responding to that, keeping that engineer alive. So that is still a threat in that base. Huge number of rifleman squads running over the middle of the Tiberium field. Going to be taking constant damage from that, as well as being lost to the crushes here by the Devourer tanks. So not quite sure why all those infantry were just sent forward to their death. They really didn't do a whole lot, didn't put any pressure on, and just kind of got fed into the meat grinder. And it looks like a refinery was at least forced to be sold off here for DFL in the upper right corner. And Unknown beaconing, saying that okay, so he does have that additional APC engineer. He will be grabbing the tier 3 of Dante down in the bottom right-hand corner. And now that is in the possession of Unknown. He does have build radius here now as well, so they can be putting a lot of pressure on this base here and potentially just capture it out for themselves. So it doesn't look like he's too interested in selling that off. Obviously, he is GDI, so he can benefit from that tech center, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure if you capture a tech lab of the exact same faction that you are, then you're immediately granted the tech options. But, man, DFL putting a lot of pressure on here, kills off all of the reinforcing units coming in from Unknown. Unknown continuing to stream forward Predator tanks, but definitely not the units we want to be seeing here. Yuri losing lots of Harvesters, needs to be careful, doesn't want to lose too many of them. Should honestly be grouping them up for a phase at this point. Not quite sure if he's already used that phase, but Devastator warships out on the field. But now Dante looks like he's going to put the pressure on with his ally onto Yuri, realizing that Yuri's really the threat here in this game so far. He's the one you got to be worried about. And what do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like Unknown, he did drop a barracks here trying to grab himself some additional structures. Does keep that engineer alive, but needs to actually pull that APC out of the range of that watchtower. Otherwise, Dante will be killing that off. Sonic emitter being dropped there by Unknown. Going to be trying to hold on to an expansion, or rather push forward and grab himself an expansion here in the middle of the map once again. Obviously being pressured off by DFL a little bit earlier. But Devastator warships here coming out from Yuri, going to be able to assist in that endeavor. We'll have to see what else we have going on. APC engineer here coming in from Unknown. He does drop off the engineer. He gets the capture on the MCV. So Unknown, he immediately drops a sonic emitter in the base of Dante. And Dante beaconing this as well. Not pleased with how that went down. And now there's a sonic emitter in striking distance of all of his harvesters and refineries, as well as could potentially be putting some pain on that war factory. But I'm sure he is going to be content with just killing off some harvesters. Drops an additional sonic emitter. And man, this is really, really deadly coming out from Dante. Not a whole lot to be said there. GG coming in from Yuri, so it's looking like he's going to toss the towel in, giving his forces over to Unknown. Not quite sure what happened, but it seems like he's going to be giving up and giving everything over to Unknown. So it's going to be up to Unknown to force both of these guys out of the game. DFL looking like he is rolling out of control in the upper right corner. And Unknown, he's grabbed himself a foothold here. He's really, really set Dante far behind. I don't know that Dante actually has a build off of this. I mean, he's got this war factory, but honestly, he can't produce an MCV just due to the fact that there are 2 sonic emitters in his base, now 3 sonic emitters in his base. If Unknown knew, he would actually just focus this down. I don't think he's aware of the fact that that there is indeed no build here coming out from Dante aside from just that single War Factory. So if he kills that off, there's really no threat from Dante whatsoever. And DFL, in the meantime, he has Devastator warships coming in here to assist his ally. Wants to try to keep that War Factory alive. And the force fires here coming in from these 2 sonic emitters, not going to be in range of the sonic emitters of Unknown. Unknown actually sells up the MCV. Doesn't look like he wanted to allow that to take too much more damage. Just going to get the money back for that. Actually, whoa, wait a second. He got the capture on the tier 2 as well. So nice move there from Unknown to use that engineer. And he's still got build radius here, so I mean he can still continue to put down base defenses. But that will likely be focused down here by the Predator tanks of Dante. And now Dante more than likely just producing another MCV here to keep himself in this game. Honestly, should just GG out and give all of his forces over to DFL, who's going for the slow push forward. But Unknown, he's going to call the GG. So despite the very, very cheeky captures there, he will be GGing out of this game. And Team Dimante going to be picking up game number 1. So very interesting game number 1. Dante doing a lot of harassment with those APC engineers, and then Unknown returning the favor after being pressured off of his expansion. But I think once he got pushed off of his expansion and DFL was allowed to just eco out of control over there, he was able to spiral and get himself rolling forward so that he could push Yuri out of the game. Yuri calling the GG. I'm not quite sure what happened. I don't know if I missed like an APC engineer where he captured all of his production facilities, but I think he may have GG'd out of that one a little bit early. But these guys know better than I do, so we'll be having to see if they can manage to stage a comeback in game number 2, which will be coming right up. All right, everybody, and game number 2 of this quarterfinal series starts us on the map. How am I drawing a total blank on this map name? Dust Bowl, downtown Dust Bowl. I'm so sorry, everybody. Like I had stuff running through my brain and then just totally blanked on the map name. But luckily, the mini map gave me a clue. And spawning down on the bottom as the red nod, we have Yuri. And his teammate just up to the right of him, coming off of a loss in the last game as the green GDI, we have Unknown. And then spawning in the top as the orange nod, in the top of the map, we do have Dante. And spawning on the far left side, being the driving force in the last game as the blue screen once again, we have DFL. And let me just make sure that I've got my scoreboard right here. Yeah, apologies for the very confusing opener there. I had like 3 different things going on in my head. I'm like, all right, I gotta get the scoreboard updated because that's wrong, and was kind of blanking on the map name as well. And then I was trying to make sure I knew which players were which, and it was just a complete brain fart. But yeah, all that aside, I'm gonna be cruising around. So downtown Dust Bowl, an interesting map. A very interesting map in that it's usually a very rush-oriented map. In Tib Wars, I'm not quite sure what it ends up being, what it ends up devolving into. Maybe going to be seeing a bit of base pushing here just due to the fact that there's a lot of flat land, not a whole lot of obstacles. And yeah, it's definitely a viable strategy on this map, so we'll have to see if that ends up being the case. APC Engineer's on the cards for Unknown. It's looking like he's looking to put the pressure on one of these guys very, very early on. Not quite sure where that APC Engineer is going at the moment, but there's an immediate hand of nod drop here from one of these guys looking to capture back whatever structure is lost. And oh, that Engineer goes down straight away, and I believe this is Dante here in the north. So very nice move there from Dante to actually kill that off before it actually captures the War Factory. So nice move there. Going to be losing a couple of militant squad members, but nothing too much to be worried about. In the meantime, Unknown just focusing down that structure, wants to de-garrison that buzzer hive, or rather the buzzer squad. In the meantime, we do have DFL. We're just going to be putting a little bit of pain on those harvesters. Actually going to be forcing that one to be pulled off the line. Just taking a little bit too much damage to be comfortable with. And nice militant squad placement here from our bottom right player. Not quite sure. I think that's Yuri. So he's just getting good eyes on the map at the moment. Wants to be sure to know about expansion timings and know what else is going on, but it's the straight-up refinery creep here coming out from DFL. He's looking like he's trying to get that eco game up and running, as we did see that work out really well for him in the last game. And it's looking like Dante is looking to go for the aggressive expansion here. So both players for our upper left corner team expanding towards their opponents as opposed to back towards their safe field here. So there's going to be that lot of extra Tiberium available to them should they choose to move towards it a little bit later on. But Yuri, he's secured himself on this field right away. He's already got 2 refineries here, so he's refining pretty happily here. More than likely will need to come up and assist his ally in the near future, or will need to be in a position here to stave off this attack here coming in from DFL. So both of our left side team members putting a lot of pressure on their opponents, and it's looking like Dante has actually pushed Unknown off of this field pretty heavily. So this is looking to be a tough situation for Unknown. He's going to be forced to pull that harvester off the line. He's going to be coming back and around, and now his main refineries here are going to be under fire. Going to be taking some damage on these harvesters. That harvester could easily be pulled back to the War Factory. It looks like it is going to do that. A little bit of pathing mistakes there. Going to be potentially losing its life. Scorpion tanks now reverse moving into Predator tanks. Not a good idea whatsoever, especially when the Predator tanks have this War Factory for the repairs. And yeah, they're more than likely going to be focusing those guys down. More than likely going to be seeing that harvester going down. Yeah, that harvester will be going down. In the meantime, we do have DFL putting the pressure on with a number of Seeker tanks. So huge amounts of Seeker tank spam coming out from DFL. Kind of interesting, especially against Nod, especially against pretty much anything. I mean, Seeker tanks, not the greatest units in the game. Pretty good at sniping harvesters, but aside from that, not fantastic. Biked coming out, getting sniped actually by the Seeker tanks, so maybe not the worst idea in the world. But now these Scorpion tanks are just being outnumbered by sheer numbers here, and they are being pushed off of this field. Honestly, Yuri's looking to be in really, really tough shape, and he's going to be losing some harvesters here momentarily once all these defending forces go down. But continual Scorpion tank production here coming out from Yuri. Going to be trying to hold the line desperately against this force, but it's going to be too little too late, I think. And Unknown, he's actually returning the pressure onto Dante at this point. He's got double War Factory Predator tank spam coming out. Going to be looking to put the pressure on these Scorpion tanks. He is actually focusing them down pretty quickly. Doesn't have the greatest focus fire here, but he's getting pretty consistent damage on all these units. He isn't wasting shots on Shredder turrets or Militant squads, which is really good. The Scorpion tanks have been cleaned up for the most part. There is still that War Factory continuing to produce more and more on the front lines, but they're going to be milked the second they come out, as these Predator tanks are simply one-shotting them pretty much in the numbers that they're amassed up to. And what else do we have going on here coming out from these guys down in the south? It looks like Unknown is actually barracks dropped here down in the bottom. He's going to be trying to hold this off, trying to defend his ally, realizing that he's putting a lot of pressure onto Dante in the north. He can actually assist them down south. And Unknown doesn't appear as though he's too focused on killing the remainder of this production and economy off. He's going to continue to push forward and look to go for some additional production snipes. He's going to kill off that War Factory, which could be devastating a little bit later on if he's allowed to mass up in the back lines here. But more Predator tanks coming out for Unknown. So it's just straight up Scorpion tank and Predator tank spam coming out from our upper right corner conflict there. And it's looking like everything is pretty much slowed down here in the south. Yuri has managed to hold this off with the aid of Unknown. But DFL is actually going to come in and look to add insult to injury and try to catch Unknown out of position here. He does have a number of Seeker tanks. Needs to be careful, though. Doesn't want to be taking too many shots from those Predator tanks. They have superior firepower as well as superior armor. So even though they are in very low numbers, he doesn't necessarily want to go head-to-head with them. And that actually will force Unknown to pull his Predator tanks off the line. He needs to respond to this. And actually, it looks like he's managed to kill off pretty much everything up here. I don't know that that Dante really has a build left. It looks like he is once again just left with a single War Factory here. And Unknown, he's actually going to be pressuring that now. More than likely going to be seeing that going down momentarily. And would not be surprised to see Dante GGing out of this game in the near future. What else do we have going on here? Straight up refinery creep here, still in line for DFL. He does have that tier 3, so could potentially be seeing some tripods out on the field. He is still rolling around with a Seeker tank spam, doing lots of damage. Yuri is rocking around with a number of bikes as well. I haven't really seen him go out on the offensive, so it looks like DFL is actually chasing those bikes around. He's trying to herd them away from the harvesters, and now his field is going to be pressured. Dante has been pretty much forced out of this game. Don't know why he's still in here, to be honest. He has no build and no units. So maybe just trying to stay in here just to keep these guys alive a little bit longer, or maybe he's given his teammate a piece of his mind. I'm not quite sure. Can't really see it. But all the same, it's just still base creep coming out here from DFL. It worked out for him in the last game. Actually, he didn't do too much base creep. But the Devastator warship's coming out. Going to be doing lots of damage to these base defenses. And avatars coming out for Yuri. So interesting. First set of avatars that we've actually seen today. Avatar is also a very popular unit in Tiberium Wars when you get to that tier 3. Very, very strong. Dante has finally been defeated. Throws in the towel, realizing that he has no build. And it's going to be giving over all of his forces as well as his economy to DFL. So now it's going to be up to DFL to 1v2 here. And we'll have to see if he's able to do it once again. I think he was left in that situation in the last game. So DFL, he's got to have pretty strong shoulders for the last 2 games to see if he's able to pull out a victory here. He does have pressure here on Yuri. Could potentially be seeing that MCV getting sniped. Actually, no. It looks like the Devastator warships is going to pull off the line. It is taking lots of damage from those bikes. Could potentially be going down. No, actually, those bikes don't necessarily have the damage output just yet, at least not in those numbers. Unknown, he's managed to clean up the entire northern base, is now pushing in to the left-hand side. DFL going to be calling the GG, and that's going to be it. So Team Victorious Secret going to be evening up the score 1-1. So interesting game. It could have gone either way. Honestly, I was giving it to our upper left corner team in the form of Team Dimante. They were looking very strong early on. They were putting a lot of pressure on, forced Unknown off of that expansion. Had Yuri kind of bottlenecked down in the bottom right corner, and were putting on some pressure onto his harvesters. But honestly, they were both able to eco up, and Unknown was able to win the victory up in the upper right corner and then apply his pressure on the left-hand side of the map. Yuri just holding on, and just due to the fact that he was able to hold on, he was able to get that tier 3 spam going and put a lot of pressure onto DFL and force him out of that base push. So Very nice moves there from Team Victorius Secret, and they're going to be picking up a game here. So it's going to be evening up the score at 1-1. We will be moving into the ace match, and that will be coming up momentarily. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 3 and the deciding game between these teams, and that's going to bring us to the map Red Zone Rampage, and spawning down in the bottom left hand corner as the first member of Team Victorious Secret as the green GDI, we have Unknown. And then his teammate down in the bottom right corner as the red scrin, we have Yuri. And then in the upper right hand corner as the orange GDI, we have Dante. And then rounding out all 4 of our players here today, as the blue scrin once again, we have DFL. So give me just one moment here to get everything sorted. And we'll actually get the scoreboard up and running as well, so let's see if that is going. Yeah, so Red Zone Rampage is going to be the map. Probably the map that everybody knows as being the quote-unquote noob map. But I've seen some pretty good games on this. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case here today. And it's looking like it's going to be straight up eco here from most of these guys. Not too much more to say. Obviously, that blue Tiberium is just so tasty. APC engineers coming out for Dante, immediately spotted by the buzzer of Yuri, so he knows that this is coming. 2 APCs coming out, so likely going to be seeing at least 2 APC engineers. And Yuri, he's got to be really careful, doesn't want to be losing any of his refineries, at least not early on. It's going to be putting him really far behind, and it's going to give Dante a nice lead here on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, just 4 and 2 for Unknown at the moment. Does still have his crane, so he's still producing off of that as well. Crane, a pretty standard build on this map, just due to the fact that you have an incredible amount of economy in the form of that blue field. And obviously in Tiberium Wars, those refineries are just so cheap, so you can produce them 2 at a time, and get tons and tons of economy established really quickly. Yet again, another secret tank here coming in from Dimante, or rather, I was going to say Dimante, but it's from DFL, and he's looking to put that early pressure on these harvesters. Unknown, he needs to pull his harvester off the line right now, and whoa, lots of stuff going on the right-hand side. Not quite sure what happened here. Looks like a couple of units were sold off. I think they were just trying to kill off those APC engineers. And now on the right-hand side, it's going to be Yuri looking to put the pressure on Dimante, knowing that Dimante spent a decent amount of money on those APC engineers. Didn't actually get them to work out. He's going to be returning the favor here. And the EMP's control center not actually under anybody's control at the moment. And Lightning Spike comes down here for Yuri, putting a lot of pressure on. And looks like there's a portal drop coming in here from DFL. He's going to be trying to assist his ally here. We have going in the meantime. There's just a scout here. I did see the battle marker. I just wanted to check to make sure we weren't missing something. But Disintegrator's coming out here on the front line. He's going to be trying to hold the line against these guys. Wants to try to get all these forces that are in this blue field out of here. Obviously, DFL wants to keep his ally alive, because once that huge amount of economy falls into the enemy hands, it becomes a very, very big deal to deal with. And we do just have War Factory and barracks production coming out from Dante at this point. So Dante, he's being forced really heavily into spamming just those tier 1 units to try to hold this off. Lots and lots of rocket squads, which could easily be cleaned up by a quick Buzzer Swarm support power from Yuri, so we'll have to see if he chooses to drop that in the near future. He does have his tier 2, so he could do that, provided that he does have it available at this point in time. Those rocket squads are pretty decently bunched up at the moment. He does have vision as well, so I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't dropped it yet. Not quite sure if he's waiting on something or if he's planning on doing this somewhere else. After he's standing on that one little tiny bit of blue Tiberium, they're going to be dying pretty quickly there over time, but Unknown, he's been allowed to kind of do his thing down in the bottom left corner. He's getting a couple of forces to run across the middle of the map. Hasn't been required to do a whole lot so far. But now there's a lot of rocket squads out for Dante, and he actually produces another MCV, maybe thinking that he was going to lose his other MCV, or maybe this is his plan all along, just going to be going double MCV base creep. That would be interesting, but looking like the base creep is coming in from DFL in the north. He's going to be pushing forward with those lightning spikes as well as the tripods. Devourer tank out as well. Great sonic emitter placement, gets a huge shot on both of those units, and more than likely going to be killing off. Oh, almost gets that Annihilator tripod so very close to going down. That would have been a really, really good pickup for Unknown. And actually, it looks like there's a Mastermind out on the field. Wow, okay. So Mastermind out on the field for DFL, looking to just assist his ally here. And now it's going to be Dante putting the pressure onto Yuri. He has a huge number of rocket squads, and honestly, just a couple of buzzer hives being supported by the power plant drops, or rather reactor drops, going to be enough to force those guys to fall back. There is no anti-infantry here from Dante on the right-hand side. Devastator warships coming out as well, so going to be seeing the artillery wars here on the right-hand side more than likely. Devastator warships being pumped out on the left-hand side as well. DFL looking to return the favor. The Mastermind is coming in. Not quite sure what he's looking for here. It looks like he may go for a capture on that MCV. Does get the MCV. He's going to sell that off straight away. He does get the Engineer out of it as well, but more than likely going to be seeing the Rifleman squad focusing that down. Engineer is on the run. No, it's going to get gunned down by that Rifleman squad from Unknown, so he does kill that off. Doesn't lose too much more, but Firehawk's out on the field for Unknown. He does have that tier 3. Obviously, he was dropping sonic emitters, so he does have tier 3. And the Firehawks trying desperately to kill off these Devastator warships. 2 of them very, very heavily damaged, and not quite sure what else he'll be able to do here. 1 does go down. More than likely going to be seeing another Firehawk coming in and shooting that down. Going to need to be seeing air defenses coming out from DFL here on the left-hand side. Lightning spikes being dropped. He does still have the Mastermind as well, so needs to be careful about that. Railgun Mammoth tanks out on the front lines. Very, very dangerous to have there when the Mastermind is out, and I think Unknown has realized that. He's going to pull that back. But in the meantime, what do we have going on the right-hand side? We do have shielded tripods as well as shielded Devastator warships, putting lots and lots of pressure onto Dante here on the right-hand side. Sonic Emitter's not going to be able to hold the line against this force, and Yuri's doing a great job of just skirting through the far right side, just staying in maximum range for these tripods. Juggernaut coming out on the front lines, not the unit that you want to be seeing right now. Obviously a very strong unit on this map, but with a couple of tripods there, I keep wanting to call them avatars. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage. Whoa, Yuri has been defeated. Oh my god! Oh my god. DFL drops the mothership, gets the kill on... Wow, okay, totally missed that. Didn't even see it coming. So Yuri has been eliminated from the game despite putting lots of pressure on the right-hand side of the map. Absolutely sniped by that. And yeah, Unknown gonna throw in the towel as well. So DFL coming out with the clutch mothership drop to win them the game and the series. So Team Dimante picking up game number 3. Very, very interesting game. That went way differently than I was expecting. Yuri getting knocked out instantly by that mothership. I don't even know how he did that. He must have gone in with the Mastermind, captured some structure, dropped the signal transmitter, and immediately called in the mothership and force fired. But damn, that was instantly, Yuri was eliminated. Didn't even see it on the minimap. But nice move there from DFL. He will be securing himself a team victory for Team Dimante, and they're going to be progressing on forward. Team Victorius Secret, the Forces of Unknown, and Yuri going to be departing from the tournament. A little bit unfortunate. I think they put on a pretty good show. They put up a pretty good fight, but DFL, whoever this is, he is playing pretty well right now. So we'll have to see if he can continue that level of play coming forward. And that's going to be bringing us into the next set of games, everybody. So be sure to stick around. I'm going to try to track down the next series. Not quite sure who it's going to be. I may give you a bracket update as well. I know a couple of things have shifted around due to some teams departing and some players maybe just backing out at the last second. But anyways, we'll be checking in on that momentarily, everybody. So be sure to stick around. Alright, everybody, and with the conclusion of that last series, we're actually going to get a quick bracket update. I'll give you guys the lowdown on what is going on. So, right from the start, we did have Team Cheatnuts, which is that crazy, I'm not even quite sure what language that is, to be honest, versus Liquid Animals. We did see them taking a 2-0 victory there, and went on to face off against Grimly Hydro, who got a free win. They also took a 2-0 victory there, and secured themselves a place in the semifinals. Down below that, we did have Anonymous Force taking on Allied Nations, taking a 2-1 victory there, so that was probably a good series to check out. And then they moved on to the quarterfinals, took a 2-0 victory over Team Pass, and now they are off to face off against Team Cheatnuts. And then down below that, we had Team Victorious Secret facing off against Team Dimante. We just saw that one conclude, and actually ended up going in favor of Team Dimante. I'm not quite sure why it says 2-1 here in favor of Victorious Secret. That is incorrect. So Team Dimante going to be progressing forward. Yeah, this is definitely an error. Not quite sure what happened here. But down below that, we do have Hartly Studios, or rather, I'm sorry, Team BAVD. Not quite sure what that one is. Team BAVD facing off against Nice NG. They take a 2-0 victory there, going to be moving on. And then they face off against Hartly Studioed, and I think that match is still underway. I think I just saw another game pop up in the lobby there, so that one is still in the works, but they're going to be, the victor of that series is going to be facing off against Team Dimante in the lower portion of the semifinals bracket here. And up above, I believe the other semifinal is already underway, so you can be sure to check that out, I believe, over at twitch.tv/aggressivepanda if you guys are interested. I'm not 100% positive that he's casting it right now, but I'm pretty sure that he is, seeing that I'm not in there. So, yeah, that's going to be the bracket update for the time being. I'll obviously give you guys another rundown once we find out what's going on with the remainder of these games. But we'll be jumping into our next set of matches here momentarily, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and we are jumping into, actually in the middle of a series right now, which is already one game down, and that brings us to the map Downtown Dust Bowl, and spawning on the left hand side as the Cyan GDI, we have Studio. And his teammate just to the north of him as the yellow GDI, we have Hart, or Hart 22, whichever you prefer to call him. And then on the far right side as the green nod, we have Signal Runner. And his teammate, rounding out all four players, down in the bottom as the purple GDI, we have Lose for the Win. So let me just make sure that I've got my scoreboard updated. And as stated, we are jumping into this series a little bit late here, as it's already one game in the favor of Hartly Studios. And I'll just try to get my scoreboard updated. Apologies, everybody. I know that this is not exactly the stuff you want to be seeing, especially right now, but gotta do it all the same. So there we go. Oops, actually, let's fix this score. There we go. Okay, so now the score's updated. Should be all set now. Hartly Studios, or Hartly Studioed, they are up 1-0. It is a best-of-3 series, so they could potentially be winning themselves this series with this game. We'll have to see if they're able to pull it out. But Team BAVD may have an opportunity to come back here. They did have map choice. They chose to go with Downtown Dust Bowl. So maybe they've got something in mind here. We'll have to see. It's going to be APC Engineers coming out for, I believe it is Signal Runner down here. No, Lose for the Win, I'm sorry. It's for the win, going for those APC Engineers. It's standard for GDI. Obviously, it's a very strong early rush. Oh, actually, the Engineer getting sniped! Oh, very nice move there from Signal Runner. Very, very nice move indeed. And that's going to be forcing another Engineer to be produced, or that APC being put to pretty much no good use. There is another APC Engineer here coming out from our top yellow player. Jeez, I cannot remember their names. Hart going to be in the north. He's looking to put some pressure on with this APC Engineer, though he does lose it to the bikes and the buggy here from Signal Runner on the right-hand side. So a little bit of early pressure there being staved off by our bottom right team. I'm not quite sure where that APC Engineer ended up for Lose for the Win. Looks like it actually has made its way north. It is actually cut off here by a Pitbull as well as an APC. Needs to desperately get in range of one of those structures right now and drop off that Engineer. Does not get into range. Does not get the D Garrison either, so that Engineer will be lost. So no APC Engineer caps, at least not for the time being. There is an APC Engineer coming in from, I believe that is Studio. Yeah, so Studio coming in with an APC Engineer of his own, but that gets sniped as well. So great control from these players to make sure not to lose anything to these APC Engineer captures. And lots and lots of early pressure being staved off by everybody. I think pretty much everybody went for some early cheese, and it was all stopped. I think Studio, the only one that didn't have access to APC Engineers, rather he went for some early bikes. And he does still have those guys alive. There is that APC that is still alive as well. We do see a beacon there, not quite sure what that's for. But it is going to be the slow base creep here coming out from Studio here on the left-hand side. Going to be looking to get himself some refineries on that large green Tiberium field. Not a terrible idea. And likewise for Signal Runner on the right-hand side, he's expanding up to the north. They're looking to get himself some economy on that field. And now Hart has not expanded whatsoever. Doesn't have any additional economy. I don't know if he's been set that far behind. Or maybe he's just been trying desperately to stave off the attacks, but he doesn't really have much to speak of at the moment. Drops a second War Factory, so maybe going to be looking to go for that slow roll War Factory creep towards his opponent. We'll have to see if that's what he chooses to go for. Again, not a whole lot going on here. These guys just massing up units at this point. More than likely just trying to decide whether they're going to base push or just straight up War Factory spam at this point. Base push, pretty much what I would expect from both sides at this point, to be honest. It's just the most viable strategy in this game that I'm aware of, and it's so powerful and allows you to secure additional economy. And in a 2v2 game, or in pretty much any game, but more pronounced in 2v2 games, it's very, very important to grab a foothold on these Tiberium fields, seeing that they have an incredible amount of economy available here. But now it's going to be Hart putting on a little bit of pressure here in the form of some Predator tanks as well as Pit Bulls. Going to be revealing the Harvesters. Could potentially be getting some Harvester snipes here. It looks like that Harvester will be going down. not being pulled off the line just quickly enough. Oh, the stealth comes back in just quickly enough. And it looks like, no, the pit bulls will be revealing that, so nice move there from Hart to keep those harvesters revealed. Could potentially be losing a predator tank. Yeah, one does go down. Actually forces the laser turret drop here. I forget. Yeah, actually it is called a laser turret. I thought I was mistaken. Not something you see very often, but in situations where you absolutely need some DPS on armored units, not a horrifically bad option. But meanwhile, we do have... Oh, geez, who is this? Lose for the win. He's expanded all the way down. Has creeped himself all the way over and has established quite a bit of economy on this field. He does have that crane out on the field. Not quite sure where his MCV ended up. He loses MCV? Lose for the win. What happened, dear buddy? Where did your MCV go? Okay, so lose for the win MCV is missing. Not quite sure if that was captured or what have you, but is gone at the moment. Not a whole lot going on up in the north. We do have battle markers on the left-hand side. Couple of predator tanks that have made their way all the way around for lose for the win. Not quite sure what he's planning on doing with these, but wow, yeah, they've made their way all the way around the map. Not sure how they snuck their way all the way around, but number of rocket squads here going to be able to kill these guys off. Looks like the predator tanks just trying to do as much damage as they can before they're killed off. Honestly, should just be focusing down the power plant. They can't really hope to do too much to that that MCV. But now Hart is coming in strong here on the right-hand side of the map, coming in with a large number of pit bulls and predator tanks. Is joined by some infantry squads. I think a couple of rocket squads mixed in there as well. But the pit bull is going to be the driving force here in killing off some harvesters, and that's going to be extremely important. Number of infantry squads here are going to be responding for Signal Runner in the meantime. Not a whole lot more to be said for that, but yeah, it's looking like Hart is in a good position to put a lot of pain onto Signal Runner. Could be killing off these power plants and then going for the kill on that construction yard. It's looking like that's exactly what he's going to do now. Actually, he's forcing down the construction yard now, but an obelisk drop here coming out from Signal Runner, likely going to be enough to hold this off. Power plant does go down, but doesn't actually drop him into low power mode, so it does get another kill on a predator tank there. But yeah, it looks like that's going to be forcing Hart off of the field there. Still rolling around with these predator tanks here. I don't know how Lose for the Win has managed to survive with these two predator tanks all the way around the edge of the map, but they are now in the base of Hart, putting some pain on those harvesters. In the meantime, we do have some infantry pushing forward here from Studio on the left-hand side, and he does not have the infantry upgrade yet, so composite armor not upgraded just yet. And we do have predator tanks here as well, so putting a lot of pain on the MCV of Lose for the Win, and I think he just rebuilt that as well, so that goes down. War Factory more than likely going to be the next target. Actually, no, he's going to choose to focus down the obelisk. Not a terrible idea, especially with all those infantry there. You can just focus that down and then not have to worry about it as a threat. Should definitely be focusing down that War Factory as well. And what do we have in the meantime? So, yeah, Lose for the Win. He did lose his MCV, but his build is not gone. He does still have a crane. He just doesn't have any opportunity to drop base defenses, so he's going to pretty much have to give up this this left side base, and that's going to be cleaned up by the infantry as well as the predator tanks here from Studio. At this point, I think Studio should just consolidate his forces and maybe pull back a lot of these predator tanks that are really heavily damaged. Otherwise, he's at a risk of losing them just to some rifleman squads. That's not going to be a good situation. Hart, in the meantime, in the north, not doing a whole lot. He does just have some forces here trying to hold on. Does not have any expansion as of yet. He's actually long distance harvesting this expansion, and it looks like he's maybe trying to base creep there now, but it's pretty late in the game, and in the meantime we do have Signal Runner on the right hand side getting lots and lots of economy, and oh, actually Zone Trooper spam coming out from Lose for the Win on the right hand side. Going to be trying to hold off against this infantry. Number of rifleman squads going to be out to kill off these rocket squads, and the rocket squad's not going to really be able to do too much in return. There's absolutely no anti-infantry here from Studio, so he has no opportunity to stop this. Orca Strike coming in. I don't know that was really necessary. Kind of a wasted support power there. Honestly, he's got the infantry. He's got the advantage here. Can easily kill off all these infantry with no problem whatsoever. And he's actually running in tandem with Studio's rocket squads there, so that's kind of funny to see. Wow, huge Orca transition coming out from Studio, so that's going to hit hard. And I don't think that Lose for the Win has any idea that this is coming. He may see it now, but man, that's a lot of orcas that are going to be coming in looking to do a lot of damage. And yeah, going to be seeing them coming in. More than likely going to be going for the Harvester Snipes. That's going to be a lot of pain. Absolutely no opportunity to respond to this with air defenses because he has no MCV and actually has no War Factory. So these Harvesters going to be going down straight away. Takes out 3 Harvesters. Could have definitely taken out more. I'm not quite sure why they all focus down the same Harvesters. But Sniper Team's coming out for Hart in the north, going to be killing off some of this infantry here. Needs to be careful, though, not to get in range of those Black Hand Squads, otherwise they're going to be lost very quickly. One Sniper Team actually going to be revealed there by the stealth detection on the infantry, and that's going to be focused down as well. So, nice move there to go for the Sniper Teams, but it looks like he did forget about them, so that's a little bit unfortunate. And a couple of Orcas here coming in from Lose for the Win, looking to return some damage onto his opponent, but honestly, not going to be much in comparison to the damage output that that Studio has in the form of those triple airfields, I think. Actually, no, he's only got double airfield Orca. But I mean, 8 Orcas, that's a lot of damage output. And Lose for the Win, he does have a War Factory now, has produced a couple more Harvesters, but honestly, they're going to be focused down straight away once Studio comes back in with those Orcas. Doesn't look like he's going to do that. He's actually sending all of his forces, and by all of his forces, I mean his Pitbulls and his Orcas up to the north. And actually, this is really, really bad for Signal Runner because he's going to be losing his Harvester here. More than likely going to be losing his Avatar as well. So taking a lot of pain for no real retaliation here. Doesn't want to necessarily fly over the air turrets or the infantry there. Doesn't want to take too much pain on those Orcas, especially when they're grouped up. He's actually going to turn his fire on the construction yard, wants to kill that off. Done a nice job of killing off Lose for the Win down in the bottom right corner. But now the Orcas coming in from Lose for the Win, going to be trying to snipe down a couple of these Pitbulls, but honestly, he's taking a lot of losses in return, and trading Orcas for Pitbulls, not exactly ideal. Now these Pitbulls can just chase down these Orcas due to the fact that they have infinite ammo versus the Orcas having to return to their airfield. But Studio, he's continuing to put the pressure on. He has APCs and some infantry here, so going to be adding on some anti-infantry capabilities. Wise decision there, knowing that he's up against zone troopers. He wants to have rifleman squads there to kill those guys off, but the decent amount of infantry here from Lose for the Win, so this is going to be a tough nut to crack for Studio. He should be able to get through it if he focus fires properly. Wants to take out the rocket squads and the rifleman squads really quickly. And wow, actually there's a decent sized force coming in behind that, so reinforcing his front line here. And that's more than likely going to be it for Lose for the Win. I don't know how he could possibly hold on here. He doesn't have any way of producing base defenses. But in the meantime, we do have Signal Runner putting some pressure here onto Hart, forcing these units to fall back. The Avatar is just too strong, and they are going to be forcing them to fall back. Infantry rolling forward as well. Infantry and Avatars, a good combination just due to the fact that the infantry can tank for the Avatars, and the Avatars with the superior range will a lot of times be able to snipe some units before they're even put in peril. But Studio beaconing, not quite sure what he's seeing here. Okay, no, he's calling in the Orcas. Orcas actually stacking up pretty heavily. These rocket shots could actually be doing a lot of damage. And oh my god, do the Orcas go down? A couple Orcas do go down. He's going to be losing a lot of Orcas there. That last one gets away with just a sliver of HP. Takes out 3 Avatars, though. That's a pretty big chunk of the army here for Signal Runner on the right-hand side. Needs to get that Hand of Nod down, needs to get some engineers out, but with sniper teams on the front lines for Hart, it's going to be difficult to get those engineers into the husks. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed. Lose for the Win, continuing to have his base crushed here by the forces of Studio. He's more than likely just A-moving at this point, just going to kill off everything that he can. Harvesters being pulled off the line, trying to get some kills on some of these infantry, but honestly, it's not going to do a whole lot. Okay, so there's still a barracks here for Lose for the Win. I'm not quite sure why he's staying in the game. There's really not a whole lot he can do. But yeah, this is looking really, really rough here for our team BAVD, and Hartly Studios coming through. Very, very powerful. The Predator tanks here now rolling forward, going to be focusing down the Avatars once again, and then more than likely going to be going for some crushes on those rocket squads. Honestly, one of the Predator tanks should be pulled from the front lines, going to be trying to get some crushes on those rocket squads, but Juggernaut's coming out as well, and the Avatars being the main unit of focus. But very nice control here from Signal Runner to actually continue to produce engineers and get them straight into the husk the second they go down. That one unfortunately took a shot from a Juggernaut and went down instantly. But yeah, now the sniper teams are in range of these infantry squads. They're going to be killing them off pretty quickly. Looks like the sniper teams are actually not in huge numbers, so it's not too much of a concern. But it looks like Studio has managed to clean up that southern base entirely. Now he's going to be turning the pressure onto Signal Runner's base here. Oh, Stealth Field comes in from Signal Runner, kills off a large number of that infantry, but honestly, it's not going to be enough to stop this attack. And now we do have Lose for the Win trying desperately to save his ally. He's actually digging some foxholes, going to be trying to hold the line here, but honestly, it's not going to be enough. That construction yard will more than likely be going down, and Avatar trying to pick off as much as he can down here, and if he's left alone for long enough, he could actually rank up pretty quickly. But now it's just straight up militant squad spam here, trying to kill off these rocket squads and then potentially get into the lines of the sniper teams. But the sniper team's damage output, supported by the Juggernauts getting that suppressive fire, is just going to be keeping them pinned down for so long, and then the sniper teams can just clean them up. And the sniper teams will more than likely be grabbing some ranks here in the near future. They're getting lots and lots of kills. Sonic Emitter being dropped as well. That's more than likely going to be it for Signal Runner. I don't know how he could possibly hold on now. His MCV is in fact gone, so no base defense is coming down from him in the near future. At least not until he builds an MCV, if he even can at this point. And the only two remaining buildings here for Lose for the Win, more than likely going to be the next focus of the fire. Avatar taking quite a bit of damage. Signal Runner does throw in the GG, so Lose for the Win actually being the final member. Calls the GG, guys, says good luck, and then giving just that friendly jab. But GG's coming in all around, and it's looking like Hartly Studio is going to be picking up game number 2 and the series, and they'll be progressing on to the next semi-final. So interesting game to say the least. I'd say Lose for the Win. He was at a really big disadvantage really early on. Lost his MCV or sold it. I'm not quite sure what happened, but losing that MCV and then having to rebuild it and then losing it again, it just put him at so much of a disadvantage that there really wasn't a whole lot that he could do. He did a nice job of massing up some infantry and held off a lot of attacks from Studio, but it's just too little, too late to try to hold the line. And he did, in fact, get forced out of the game. So nice move there from Studio to do that. And then the Orca transition, putting lots of pressure on both players. So very, very nice moves there. And Hart, obviously, with the constant pressure there in the north, just keeping Signal Runner at bay. But Signal Runner, you have to give him credit. He did a lot of damage in that game and was putting a lot of pressure onto Hart. So nice moves there from those guys. We will be seeing Studio and Hart pushing forward in the tournament. They're going to be facing off against Team Dimante here in the very near future, and that will be bringing us to the semifinals. So we're cruising right through this tournament, everybody. I hope you guys are all having fun. I know I certainly am, and we'll be jumping into the next set of games the second it becomes available. That's the word that I was looking for. So be sure to stick around. Alright, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 5 semi-final series, and that starts us on the map, Downtown Dust Bowl. And spawn in the top of the map as the yellow GDI, we have Hart. Then his teammate spawning down to the bottom left, or rather the left side of the map, as it's not bottom left corner. As the green GDI, we have Studio. That's going to be rounding out Team Hartly Studios. And down in the bottom of the map, spawning as the orange GDI, we have Dante. And his teammate on the right-hand side, looking really strong today, as the blue screen, we have DFL. So make sure that I've got my my scoreboard right here. It takes a second to get rolling here. So there we go. We are up and running. Game number 1, best of 5. So we're going to be seeing at least 3 games. We'll have to see this one shake. Honestly, I've watched both of these teams play so far. They're pretty equal as far as skill level. I may give Hartly Studio just due to the fact that 2 very players that have been, looking very good throughout Witness today. Whereas I'd say Dante looking a little bit shaky in comparison to Ally here, which was actually just a fill-in, but is actually his team, at least from my perspective. Whether or not you agree is up to you. But yeah, he's been playing some extremely powerful victory on Red Zone with the drop of and just absolutely secured them and them an opportunity to continue. Vamping aside, we do have an APC engineer. Nope, just an APC. Interesting. Maybe trying to force out a response from Dante, but Dante actually has an APC engineer, so he's going to be passing in the night here. By trading love taps, actually. Nope, actually, for a second there that he had it set on a hold fire stance, but yeah, the APC coming in, hack up of the MCV. We'll have to see if he actually, kind of a mind game. He does force the pack up of the MCV, so very good Studio. So yeah, he the MCV. He's also trying to get the realize that there isn't actually an engineer in there. He doesn't have to worry. There is an APC engineer, or rather just an APC there, and an APC engineer does. APC engineers getting sniped all over the map. Another APC engineer comes. The MCV like that any closer, and that engineer gets sniped off. So Studio, he will be keeping his MCV in his own possession here. And yeah, the jig is up. He knows that APC doesn't actually have an engineer in it, and there was an APC engineer here coming out from Hart as well. It looks like that was sniped off. Not quite sure. Did he capture anything? I don't think so. If he did, it was already rebuilt. So not a whole lot going on at the moment. Hart, in the meantime, he is just ecoing up. Nothing too crazy. Doesn't have anything to really hold the line against these 2 Seeker tanks. So there's actually a 3rd Seeker tank joining as well, and another one coming in. Actually, a decent number of Seeker tanks here coming in, and actually we've seen DFL do this in the previous games. He just puts that continual Seeker tank aggression onto your economy, and it just forces you to react to it, and he's able to dictate the pace of the game after that. So we'll have to see if he's able to do that again into this game. He does actually get a kill on a Pitbull. Not too much to be said there. More than likely won't be getting any harvesters there. In the meantime, we just do see Studio continuing to eco up on the left-hand side of the map, and likewise for DFL, he's just creeped his way all the way up. He does have that tier 2, so maybe going to be seeing some Devourer tanks. Could be seeing a tech up straight up to tier 3. That honestly would not be a bad idea. But he's got to be a little bit careful. Obviously, if you go quick tier 3, it could get sniped by a fast airfield coming out from one of those GDI players, so just need to be careful about that. But yeah, just not a whole lot more to be said here. More refineries being dropped down. These guys, actually, no, DFL's putting the pressure on with these Seeker tanks still. Actually drops down a lightning spike as well, so putting a lot of pressure here on both of these players to react to these Seeker tanks, as well as the early aggression here. Actually, that Predator tank will be going down to another volley from those Seeker tanks, and the lightning spike coming in the clutch in this situation forces the pull of a harvester there, as well as losing a couple of Predator tanks. Now there's nothing here to defend this Tiberium field for Studio, and it looks like there has been a base creep here from Dante. Actually, no, he's pushed his MCV all the way across the map, and he's dropped a War Factory on the front lines. He does have Predator tanks coming out on the front lines as well. Going to be trying to snipe down some harvesters, and it looks like he will get some harvester kills, and DFL putting some additional pressure on in the north. So DFL exerting that early pressure, and then Dante just capitalizing on it by moving his MCV all the way across the map and getting some Predator tanks out on the front lines. Devourer tanks here on the right-hand side going to be trying to hold the line here for DFL. He does lose a Harvester, more than likely going to be losing a Devourer tank here in the near future. He's going to try to get a snipe on one of those Predator tanks before it goes down. No, he will not be able to kill that off. That Devourer tank does go down. Disintegrators coming out, more than likely going to be enough to force these Predator tanks to fall back. Most likely we'll be able to kill off at least that one Predator tank. Actually, a second Predator tank going to be going down. So kills off 2 of those guys. Not too bad of a trade there. And actually, we do have the barracks being dropped as well, so likely saw an engineer or something try to capture one of the refineries there. I can't imagine that there was much more reason to drop that, but Dante, he's still putting the pressure on. I don't know where that barracks came from. Oh my god, what happened here? MCV is gone, so... Oh my god, that's the second time. So MCV is gone. It must have been captured by somebody, or maybe it was sold off. I have to imagine that it was captured by Studio. Nice move there to actually secure himself the capture there. We do have a couple of rocket squads coming out from Hart in the north, trying to stave off counterattacks. Dante, despite losing his MCV, he's still got the opportunity to put some pressure. Though his Predator tanks are in, I would say, than out from Studio, and the vast difference is that Studio actually, whereas Dante to produce just to keep up the pressure, because once that is relieved, it's going to allow opportunity to do some counter and get his economy established as well. So we do have another AP coming in from, I believe it is Dante. Got the MCV as well. Great moves from these players to actually grab some APC engineer snipes on these buildings. What do we have going on in the meantime? Just stuff going on the map. I'm going to have to check out the replay for this game. But that does get killed off finally, and the sell-off of that sonic emitter will be forcing these guys to fall back. Oh, an APC engineer actually captures there. So Dante with the APC engineer captures the War Factory at the last second. That's actually going to be keeping him in this game. Now he has triple War Factory as well as a Bev at the moment. Could likely be rebuilding that off of one of these safer War Factories, that one in particular. If this goes on for too much longer, then Studio could potentially be surviving a little bit. Actually throwing in, and that's going to be it. Studio calling the GG as well. Dimante going to be picking up game number 1. So very, very interesting game. Lots of MCVs, and just the team of DFL and Dante coming through with a victory. They did manage to get that clutch MCV capture on the left-hand side, as well as the capture on the War Factory, and that just puts there's really no way of. And then Hart also being defeated in the north. He GG'd out even earlier. Did so, not quite sure exactly what forced him out. He departed from the game. Give it it. So Team Dimante picking up game number 1. Going to be putting themselves in a comfortable lead here, 1-0 in this series, and we'll have to see if they can pick up a game number 2. Alright, and I do appear to be dropping frames, everybody, so I'm actually going to restart my OBS. That solves the issue, so I do apologize. The stream will appear to stop for a moment, but it will come back online momentarily, so don't run away just yet. I'm going to restart this, and we'll be back up and running. So be sure to stick around, everybody. We'll be back online any minute. Alright everybody, I think I've resolved the issue at least for the time being. I do seem to still be dropping frames, but not nearly at the same rate that I was before, so not as significantly bad. That service provider is giving me a little bit of grief here, just due to the fact that I'm streaming a lot of content right now, so may have to reset my router in the near future. That would be unfortunate, but we'll try to power through it. If you guys are noticing a lot of frame drop, please let me know. Obviously the lag is not ideal, and we'll try to deal with that. So if we don't have it resolved for this game, we'll have it resolved for the next one. I think it is good now. It's actually holding solid now at 30 frames a second. It's as though I'm not getting any frame drop, at least not a recognizable one. So I think we're good. Apologies for the technical difficulties, everybody. That happens from time to time. I haven't had it happen recently, at least not with YouTube. So it looks like we're sorted out now, and we're going to be jumping into game number 2. So that's going to be coming up momentarily, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 5 semifinal series between Team Dimante and Team Hartly Studios. And spawning in the upper left hand corner of Red Zone Rampage as the yellow scrin, we have Hart. And then his teammate, do I have this right? Who's his teammate? Okay, so his teammate, sorry, up in the upper right corner as the purple scrin, we have Studio. Then down in the bottom right corner as the green screen, you have Dante. And then down in the bottom left-hand corner, rounding out our 4-player screen matchup as the blue screen, we have DFL. Let me just make sure that I've got colors and all that right once again. And we'll get the scoreboard updated as well. Okay. Okay, there we go. So Team Dimante actually picking up... am I correct in saying that? Pretty sure they won the last game. Oh god, my cast today. A+, 10 out of 10. So, Red Zone Rampage, let's just skirt right on beyond the score. Actually, I'm going to reset the scores just so that way there's no confusion. I'm not quite sure who's up 1-0 right now. I'm pretty sure it's Dimante. God, I can't remember who won the last game. It's really embarrassing, to be honest. This the connection issues really threw me off. But yeah, it's just straight up eco from all these guys so far. Obviously, with Scrin, not too many early game cheese opportunities with like you would see with either Nod or GDI, particularly GDI in Tiberium Wars, just due to the prevalence of the opening strategy to go with those APC engineers. So, no APC engineers maybe going to be seeing more Devastator warship tripod play here in this game, but do have a couple of Seeker tanks coming in here for Studio. So, Studio looking to be the aggressor here, trying to poke some damage onto these harvesters. More than likely, not going to be able to kill a harvester necessarily. They just don't have the damage output. But does force a portal drop. That's pretty good. Not the worst thing in the world. We did see Devourer tanks coming out as well. And we do actually have a lightning spike in the base of Studio here. So taking a bit of damage on those harvesters, or actually was attempting to put some damage on those harvesters, but a nice portal drop there actually does prevent that from being the case. And wow, actually, do we have lightning spikes in everyone's base? No, so we don't have one in the top left, but we do have one down in the bottom left. And actually a stasis shield comes off, blocking down the tier 2 as well as a refinery and a couple power plants. Power plant's not too much of a concern, but locking down the refinery and the tier 2 is an issue, as it will prevent the tier 3 build from our friend DFL down in the bottom left corner. And in the right-hand side, we do have the straight-up base creep, which we would come to expect from any Scrin player, or rather anybody on this map. Very, very prevalent for base creeps into artillery wars. But Devourer tank spam actually coming out from Studio. And I'm sorry, I'm going to keep checking the scoreboard because I keep forgetting who is who. They keep changing colors and positions and all that, so a little bit difficult to keep eyes on who is who. But yeah, it's looking like Hart on the upper left corner are going to be forcing back the units of DFL on the left-hand side. Not a whole lot in the way of anti-infantry here, so these shock troopers as well as this disintegrator squad is going to be forcing these guys to fall back. On the right-hand side, in the meantime, we actually have a huge number of Devourer tanks coming out from Studio, or I'm sorry, from Dante. Hey, screw this up. So I've got the colors wrong. That's what's really messing with my head here. So Dante putting a lot of pressure here on these forces. He has disintegrators out on the front lines. The buzzer hives get forced down immediately. So now those disintegrators are allowed to do pretty much whatever they want, and not really have to risk being in too much of a risky position here. Disintegrators coming forward, going to be trying to do some damage, but on the left-hand side, we do have the forces of DFL poking into the base of Hart, and he's got a decent number of Seeker tanks, a couple of Devourer tanks as well. Stasis Shield comes down, going to be locking down the drone platform as well as the Tier 3 and a portal, so great Stasis Shield there coming out from DFL. I have to imagine that that's his, and now he's going to get some free Harvester kills. And there's really not a whole lot here to respond from Hart, so he's taking a lot of pain over there. In the meantime, we do just continue to have these Devourer tanks getting more and more charges each time, and Dante just putting lots and lots of pain onto Studio on the right-hand side here. So lots of damage coming off, and oh, actually, we did have the Buzzer Swarm support power trying to kill off the disintegrators. Does actually kill off the majority of the disintegrators, and that is going to be seeing the forces of Dante pulling back, but in the meantime, we do have the phase field being used on that harvester. That will be keeping that alive, but the Tier 3 is being focused down here, actually turning the turrets onto this storm column. Don't know that that's necessarily the best use of those forces. Should have honestly just committed to killing the tech assembler. I think that would have probably been the better use of those guys. Does actually kill off that lightning spike, but I don't know that it's going to matter too much. Oh, do we have... Okay, no, so I saw the little blip on the radar. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to miss another mothership, but it's actually a gravity stabilizer just being used as a building creep here at this point. We do have base defenses coming down from these guys. Tripod's coming out now from Hart, so he is still in this game. Going to be trying to push back the forces of DFL on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, we do have Dante continuing to exert pressure here onto Studio. Studio not being able to really mass up enough disintegrators to get into range and actually kill off some of these Devourer tanks, and they're just being allowed to just continually push forward and kill off whatever they want. And there's really no response here coming out from Studio. He just has no economy. He's continuing to drop refineries on this field here, which I would understand to a degree. Actually, no, that's a refinery from Hart. Kind of surprising, but he could definitely be establishing some economy. He does do that now. He double drops refineries on that field, so good move there. There is a mastermind out on the field for DFL, so going to be looking to come forward and maybe grab himself an MCV, or rather a drone ship. I guess that's the word that we would be looking for. But a little bit of lag here coming out. I'm not quite sure what's generating that. Maybe just the sheer number of units at this point. But no mothership to speak of just yet. Actually, we did see the mastermind kind of falling back here. Not quite sure where he's headed. He may go into the base of... may try to head into the base of Studio and just potentially just grab that drone ship. Actually, no. Actually, he's looking to kill off maybe a couple of these Devourer tanks. But Hart throws in the towel. He just realizes that he can't hold off against the base push here on the left-hand side. And he will be giving everything over to the forces of Studio. But Studio actually going to call the GG. And he's going to be taking a loss in this game. Mastermind comes in, actually gets the capture on the drone ship, so just adding insult to injury. But more than likely going to be seeing Studio GGing out of this game in the near future. He already called the GG, but he's still here. Quite sure what he's doing. Maybe he thinks he can stage a comeback. Not quite sure, to be honest, but this one's not quite over yet, despite the writing being pretty much on the wall at this point. Now that Dante actually has an MCV in the base of the former base of Studio, and the former base of Hart being pressured here as well, and finally Studio does throw it in. Yeah, I think he stuck around for a little bit longer than was really necessary, but Team Dimante going to be picking up a victory there. A nice move from Team Dimante to pick themselves up a win in that game, and I'll check in on the score in a moment. I'm sorry, I totally brain farted on which team won the last game, so you can actually let me know in the chat if you can remember, or even rewind the stream and just recall what the score is. I cannot believe that I'm just totally blanking. Normally I have a notepad here where I write things down if I know I'm going to forget about it, but today it doesn't seem to be the case. But anyways, we're going to be jumping into game number 3 momentarily, everybody. I hope you guys are all having fun. I know I certainly am, so be sure to stick around. Alright, everybody, so I apologize. I did confirm that the score is, in fact, 2-0 to Team Dimante, so they are up 2-0 right now. Could potentially be closing out this series 3-0 in the next game, but it's going to be up to Team Hartly Studio to come back and take the next 3 games in series in order to move themselves on to the finals. And we are in the semifinals, everybody. Game number 3 going to be coming up momentarily, so be sure to stick around. All right, everybody, and game number 3 of this best-of-5 semifinal series brings us to the map Backwater Brawl, and spawning in the upper left-hand corner as the blue screen, we have DFL. And, I'm sorry, his teammate, I just immediately went down to the left, but his teammate, actually, surprisingly enough, down in the bottom left-hand corner, I just guessed right, as the cyan GDI, we have Dante. And on the right-hand side, as the yellow GDI, we have Hart. And in the upper right-hand corner, rounding out all 4 players as the purple GDI, we have Studio. Let me just, once again, update some scores. I know I say that every time. It gets annoying to me too, everybody, just so you know. And we'll get the score updated as well. So there we go. So Hartly Studio up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series, so could potentially be securing themselves a victory and their place in the finals with this game alone. Or we could be seeing the start of the epic comeback here from Team Dimante. We'll have to see how it shakes out, but we do have an engineer coming out from Hart down in the bottom. He does have the rifleman squad here, going to be digging a foxhole. Needs to be really careful not to overextend. And not quite sure what that engineer is doing. It looks like he's just kind of chilling out at this point. Doesn't necessarily want to commit to running around that field. But yeah, Hart complaining of some lag. I haven't actually seen it yet, but I will trust that these guys do believe that to be the case. Not a whole lot in the way of economy coming out from Dante down here in the bottom left corner. I'm not quite sure what he's up to be honest. You have a beacon coming out. Oh, it looks like Hart actually lost one of his engineers. That's really unfortunate. So nice snipe there coming out from DFL. Very nice move to send that buzzer all the way around the map and actually get a kill on that engineer. That's very critical to do so. But you have, it looks like Studio has managed to grab himself a Tiberium spike up in the north. Nice move there to grab that away. But this Tiberium spike still has yet to be captured, whereas it looks like DFL has grabbed this safe spike no problem whatsoever. And again, not a whole lot going on. We do have just a couple of seeker tanks coming out from DFL. We'll actually be losing a seeker tank to the capture of the defensive tower, so an APC engineer being used to capture one of the towers, excuse me, and he will be securing himself a kill on a seeker tank at least. So I think, I'm not sure about the cost of a seeker tank, but I think that pays for itself. But at any rate, he does secure himself some control of the middle of the map, and that's going to be worth something in and of itself. APC engineer coming in, does actually force the sell off from Hart, doesn't actually want to try to kill that engineer off, and sells up the war factory. So Dante's going to be feeling pretty good about that, as he does force that off. Looks like another APC engineer does get sniped down, so nice move there from Hart to not actually lose any of his structures there. Looks like in the meantime he has managed to grab himself that Tiberium spike. He does have an APC engineer out on the field as well. What else do we have going on here? Seeker tank just trying to clean up some rifleman squads. You just have that rifleman squad trying to de-garrison this unit as well. And now this is where the defensive tower becomes a really, really big pain for our left side team. If you can grab this defensive tower, it really puts a lot of pressure on this Tiberium field, because those harvesters, if they stray into range, they're going to be taking free shots from that tower. So very, very critical for those guys to actually kill that off. A whole lot more to speak of on the left hand, or rather the right hand side of the map. Looks like Studio's just continuing to eco at this point. Hart, he is going for a little bit of a base creep. He's got one refinery on this field, one refinery on this field. So honestly, these guys, they would be very, very well off if they choose to expand towards the center very early and get that economy rolling. But it looks like an APC actually going to be caught out here. Studio, looks like he maybe just forgot about it. It is on hold fire as well, so not sure if he actually captured anything with that. But it does actually get killed off. Meantime, we do have Tier 2 coming down for DFL in the upper left corner. Not quite sure if he's got anything else at the moment. He does have that garrison as well. That looked like a huge structure at first, and then turns out to just be a garrison. Do have a couple of those. Was that just one? I swore it was two. But yeah, just shelling off some additional structures for some additional units here. And yeah, now he's going to be able to press forward. Studio really doing a nice job of putting some additional pressure here on DFL. This watchtower, or rather the defensive tower, has really, really caused a lot of problems for DFL. He's taking shots from super long range on those harvesters, and it's just putting them low enough to where these Predator tanks can come in and just poke enough damage onto them to kill them off. Devourer tank's taking some shots here, could potentially be losing that one now. I think he is going to get out of range. Now those harvesters are going to be targeted by that defensive tower, so Very, very nice move once again, as I keep saying that, from Studio to actually grab that. You have a number of Predator tanks here coming in from Hart. He's just going to be trying to come in and do some damage, maybe just pull these Harvesters off the line, and just continue to hurt the eco of our left side team here. Very nice moves there, as every little bit gained is a little bit lost for the enemy team. That's always a good thing. And we do have the Devourer tanks trying to hold the line against these Predator tanks, but the Predator tanks now exerting enough pressure here to actually force these Harvesters completely off the line, and that's going to be choking out DFL from any additional economy. He does still have some harvesting to be done on this field, and honestly could be sending all of his Harvesters back there, just in order to not have to deal with this defensive turret, at least not for the time being. But in the meantime, we do have Studio just continuing to mass up out to an out-of-control amount of units up in the upper right corner. We have going on down here. It looks like Hart is just continuing to mass up. His harassment force has been finally cleaned up by the forces here of Dante down in the bottom left-hand corner. What we have coming out from Dante. Oh, wait a second. Light storm column drop here. Wait a second. What happened? APC engineer coming in, grabbing himself a war factory. And it looks like he's got a barracks down as well. Going to be trying to grab a capture on that construction yard. It's going to be crucial to get that engineer in there. Missed opportunity to grab that MCV, but nice control there from Dante to kill that off. And now Dante is in a really tough situation. He's got a barracks here to deal with. Needs to be careful to use that watchtower to kill off any additional squads that come out, or rather additional engineers that come out. And I think that will be pretty much it for this harassment. But it's set. I think it's set Dante far enough behind to where he's going to be able to capitalize on the eco advantage. But man, in the meantime, Studio exerting a lot of pressure in the top of the map, and they are just continuing to press forward. Tier 3 is done for DFL, but I don't know that he's necessarily going to be able to hold on. And yeah, the portal being dropped just to try to shield this refinery, but honestly, I don't know what's going on with this Harvester. He has been glitched out here for a good, like, 2 or 3 minutes. Looks like he's finally going to stop, but Devastator warship's coming out. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be enough to hold this attack force off, because the base creep coming out from Studio on the top of the map is actually pretty severe. And we actually did have a mass garrison of foxholes here coming out from Hart by the looks of it. Just trying to continue to put some damage on these forces. Not going to be enough, though. He does get staved off once again. So, yeah, I mean, Hart and Studio, they haven't necessarily got to that point where they're just able to steamroll one of the bases or have really knocked one of these guys out. But they are definitely sitting in a good position to secure themselves a potential victory in this game if they continue to exert the pressure that they are right now. Surprisingly enough, not a whole lot of Tiberium being harvested here in the middle of the map for either one of these players. It looks like Hart is doing a little bit better job. He does have 3 harvesters on this field with 2 refineries, but man, there's actually, I'm kind of surprised at how big these starting fields are, where these guys are still ecoing off of these fields, or maybe they just didn't build enough harvesters. But in the meantime, we do have the tripods taking quite a bit of damage from these rocket squads, as well as the Predator tanks. Going to be trying to get that final shot off on that Annihilator tripod. That should go down. That does go down. Sends one rocket squad straight to Elite. Unfortunately, it's one that only has a single member left, and it's pretty heavily damaged, so that will likely be going down. It does go down. And Devastator warship's going to be allowed to pretty much rain down whatever they want on these forces. There's no anti-air to speak of. And now it's going to be Studio just continuing to skirt around the edges of the base, trying to pick off whatever he possibly can, just to put DFL a little bit further behind. Juggernaut's coming out now for Hart. He's going to be going for that slow GDI push forward, and obviously Juggernaut's very, very good at doing so. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to see maybe some Orcas in the near future for Dante here down in the bottom left, but he's more than likely pretty strapped for cash at this point. He's been dealing with a lot of economy harassment, but meantime, still no answer to this aircraft here from DFL, and honestly, he only has a single Devastator warship, so it's not like it's game-ending amounts of damage coming out from him, but it's enough, I think, where if he's allowed to just get continual shots off on these forces, it could turn the tide of the battle pretty quickly. And if nothing else, he's just destroying structures and allowing this Devastator warship to get some ranks. It hasn't actually ranked up just yet, but more than likely once it starts killing off some structures, it'll be sitting pretty. But we do have a number of Predator tanks here coming through the middle of the map, going to be looking to go for an attack on the left-hand side, or maybe looking to go for a pincer move on onto Dante here down in the bottom. Actually, it looks like he is going to choose to engage here down on the bottom. It may actually prompt... No, actually, DFL is not going to counterattack onto Studio. Instead, he's going to chase this force from behind. I don't know that that's necessarily the best move, just due to the fact that these Predator tanks are pretty quick. They should be able to skirt around and stay out of the range of those avatars, or rather the tripods. I keep wanting to call them avatars. I'm not quite sure why, but they are going to be able to skirt around and do quite a bit of damage. The Juggernaut's still doing lots of damage there, but I don't know that they're necessarily the base killing force, at least not yet. But man, this pincer move here by Hart and Studio is just really pushing Dante really heavily out of this game, and he's lost the majority of his economy at this point. He's going to be losing an additional harvester, and I think that's pretty much it for Dante at this point. I don't know that he has any refineries, or I'm sorry, he does have a couple of refineries, but doesn't have any harvesters to speak of. Also doesn't have any Tiberium spikes, so he has no economy at all. Doesn't have any build really either. He has a construction yard, but he just lost his war factory, so yeah, he's looking to be in a really tough spot. Actually did drop an airfield, so he does have one Orca out on the field. I don't know that he can actually build any additional Orcas. Yeah, he doesn't have tier 2. I don't know if he can build Orcas just due to the fact that he has an airfield. Drops another refinery here, so he's not ready to give up just yet. But now we have the Orcas coming in from Studio, and he's doing quite a bit of damage. Actually takes out a couple of power plants, I believe. I think he may have taken out the tier 2 as well. Wow, a lot of Juggernauts coming out from Hart. So really investing in this this base killing force. And he should be able to force the sell-off or the destruction of this bottom left base. And then if he's smart, he'll skirt around and secure himself some additional Tiberium here. But honestly, I think it will just be adding insult to injury at this point, because it's looking very good for Hart and Studio at this point in the game. As now actually Studio adding on a couple of Juggernauts of his own, so very heavy into the Juggernaut production. Does have an Annihilator tripod heading into his base, actually getting some free shots on some Harvesters here. And I'm not sure where that Harvester's going. He's actually reverse moving into the base of, yeah, and actually gets EMP'd. That's really unfortunate. Actually, it's going to allow the Orcas an opportunity to fire off some additional shots. Actually, that Harvester's still alive. If he kills off that Gunwalker, that Harvester could survive, so I'm not sure if that was just an elaborate bait technique, but oh no, an additional Avatar will come in and kill that off. There is a Mastermind out on the field for DFL as well, but Dante has been cleaned up completely in the bottom left corner, and Hart is just skirting around the bottom left corner, going in for the attack here on this front. And that will more than likely allow Studio an opportunity to really push in. Stasis Shield comes down, locks down a number of the Juggernauts. Phase Field comes in as well on the Annihilator tripod, but he more than likely has no idea that this attack force is even on his doorstep. And the GG coming in from DFL. I think he's realized that there's just not a whole lot left to be done here. Dante actually calling the GG as well, so it doesn't look like he's going to try to stay in this one. So good games all around, and Hartly Studio picking up game number 3 and the series, and will be moving on to face off against Bike Rush and Maze in the finals. So very good showing here from Hartly Studios. They are going to be progressing on forward, provided that I have my information correct. Again, I'm not sure if I've just totally screwed up the score, but oh, did I screw up the score? I screwed up the score. Okay, everybody, this cast, 10 out of 10. Rate it 10 out of 10. Tell your friends. I've done a fantastic job of making sure that the score is correct all throughout the day. Oh man, just it's kind of an embarrassing amount of short-term memory loss. But so okay, so to give you a quick rundown, it is in fact Team Dimante, which is sitting 2-1 against Team Hartly Studios. So Hartly Studios may be coming back for that 3-game winning streak to get themselves into the finals. I apologize for misspeaking. I apologize for having the wrong score on the screen. Again, I've been kind of scatterbrained all day today. I won't tell you what I did yesterday that may be leading to why I'm in this state this morning, but it's been an interesting day. So I apologize for the confusion, everybody. Team Dimante is sitting with 2 victories in this series, and Team Hartly Studios just picked up their first win in that last game. So it is 2-1 in favor of Team Dimante. And we're going to be jumping into game number 4, and hopefully with correct scores coming right up, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 4 of this best of 5 semi-final series, and we are on the map Red Zone Rampage. And spawn in the upper right hand corner as the blue screen, we have DFL. And his teammate coming off of a loss in the last game as the red nod down in the bottom right hand corner, we have Dante. Then down in the bottom left corner as the purple screen, we have Studio. And in the upper left-hand corner, as the yellow GDI, we have Hart. So let me just take a second, once again, to get the scoreboard sorted here. We'll make sure to have the correct scores this time around. I think I'll have the correct scores. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. The way that today has been going, more than likely not going to be the case. Okay, I think we're good to go now. Okay, so Hartly Studio, it is 1-2 against Team Dimante. So it is do or die for Hartly Studio, whereas Team Dimante, all they have to do is pick up a victory here, and they are sitting pretty for a spot in the finals. And that will be up against Bike Rush Owns and Maze in the form of Team Cheatnuts, even though I told everybody it was Chestnuts at the beginning of the stream, because that's what I was told. I was wrong. So yeah, let's just call this, I'm going to rename the title of the stream to Sparty is Wrong. Though I think if you guys have watched my videos before, you know that I'm always wrong anyways. But that's part of the fun of it, right? The fact that I'm always wrong. Good times, good times. But yeah, these guys are just going to be scouting each other out. I don't know, do we have any GDI players this time around? Okay, so Hart is in fact GDI. So he has an opportunity to go for those early game APC engineers. We'll have to see if he chooses to go for that. He does have his War Factory down. Whatever that is building, it's building pretty quickly. Actually, no, it looks like he canceled it. I thought for a second there that he was going to start pumping out some APCs, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Down in the bottom right-hand corner, we do still have that Shredder turret chilling out for, I believe this is Dante down here. Yeah, so Dante does have that Shredder turret kicking around, not quite sure why. Maybe expecting an APC engineer to be coming in the near future, but looks like down in the bottom left-hand corner, oh geez, who is this? Studio. He's just continuing to kill off scouting squads. He is up to tier 2, so drops his warp sphere, goes up to tier 2. He does still have his foundry around as well. But again, not a whole lot going on here. These guys have all pretty much scouted out one another so they can see what's going on. We do have an early lightning spike drop here from DFL on the left-hand side in the base of Hart. Going to be poking some damage onto these harvesters. Actually, one harvester could be going down, and it's actually got quite a bit of Tiberium left inside of it as well, so that would be a lot of economy loss. Yeah, harvester totally bugging out there. Not good at all. That one does go down. And we did see the barracks drop coming in from Hart. Going to be trying to hold on to that base. But in the meantime, you have base creeps from both of these players down in the south going to be expanding towards one another, so they were going to be putting a lot of pressure on one another. We do have some infantry out for Dante here down in the bottom right corner. Going to be looking to put some pressure on, but looks like he's a little bit concerned about these seeker tanks. He has beaconed them now, so he can see them. Not quite sure how he saw them. He must still have vision up there from another unit passing through. But looks like Hart has managed to hold off this attack, and he's going to be looking to mass up at this point. He does have a barracks as well as a war factory for production at this point. And we do have a gravity stabilizer coming down now for Hart, or for Studio rather. And he's going to be looking to more than likely produce some Devastator warships in the near future, but Stasis Shield comes down, going to be locking down the tier 2, and I think that may have actually canceled the tier 3 production from DFL. Yeah, I think it did, because he doesn't have anything building off of his drone ship, so that's unfortunate. Very nice move there from Studio to actually get the lockdown there. And yeah, in the meantime, we just have the base defenses kind of facing off here between these two players. Yeah, I was going to say the Hand of Nod getting milked there by the Buzzer Hive. Jeez, cannot speak either. And that's actually going to be forced back. Number of mine drops here. It must have been a mine drop support power coming in from Dante down here. Yeah, it actually was. And we got seeker tanks coming in here from our friend Studio here. Going to be doing some damage to harvesters. Actually do take out one of the harvesters there. So despite his ally losing a harvester on the blue Tiberium field, he has returned the favor down to Dante. Now Dante is losing some buildings here on the front lines. Devastator warships raining down. damage from the back lines, and then we do have the Devourer tanks on the front lines doing quite a bit of damage as well. What we have going on up in the north, and now it's starting to become a base push from these guys in the north as well, and it's mostly just tier 1 and some tier 2 units in the form of the Devourer tanks here from DFL. Up to see DFL, I mean, he does have a tech advantage, I believe. I don't know if there's actually tier 2 done for Hart just yet. No, he's just staying with that tier 1 production at the moment. Doesn't appear to be too fussed about teching at this point. And we do have the SAM turrets coming down on the front lines, going to be looking to hold off these Devastator warships. But man, those Devastator warships are surprisingly tanky, especially against that number of rockets. But I guess that's what you get for such a heavy investment. But avatars versus tripods here down on the bottom, and actually no, the avatars are going to be focusing down the Devourer tanks. Actually not the worst idea there. Honestly, it's a unit that you can kill quickly, so you might as well kill it off, and he does have reinforcements coming in as well. So it's just becoming a bit of a stalemate here. More than likely going to be having to see some type of a reaction to these Devastator warships in the near future, but Hart in the meantime is putting a lot of pressure on in the north with just this tier 1 spam here. He does drop his tier 2 very, very far forward, and that's really risky, especially with that number of Devourer tanks on the front lines. I don't know about that decision. And now the rocket squads are getting into range of the Devourer tanks, but the buzzers starting to come forward as well from the buzzer hives, and it's more than likely just going to be buzzer hive spam here from DFL to try to hold on to this. Actually does sell off one of the warp spheres, one of the forward warp spheres as well. I don't know about the choice there. Obviously would have been able to get some more repairs on these units a little bit easier, keep them on the front lines a little bit longer, but yeah, that's just continuing to rage on. Looks like the battle here down in the south has been pretty much stopped. Mastermind does come in, not quite sure what he wants to grab just yet. Doesn't look like he necessarily wants to commit to grabbing an avatar. I don't necessarily blame him. You want to keep those mind controls for maybe even an MCV snipe, or even potentially go in for a mothership drop. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. The last game that we saw on this map ended up going that way. At least I believe it was the last game. But yeah, Hart's putting a lot of pressure on. He's continuing to push forward, so this is really a nice move from him. He's doing a lot of damage to these Devourer tanks. Stasis shield comes in just in the nick of time, going to be keeping these Devourer tanks alive, but honestly this is just kind of a stopgap measure. I don't know that DFL has really got enough to hold on in this game. He's getting no support from his ally just due to the fact that his ally has a lot of pressure on him in the south as well. So not much to be said there. Stealth tank out on the field for Dante. Looks like he may be going for some sneaky harvester snipes. That would not be the worst idea in the world, especially seeing that he's getting pressured off of that front line. And DFL got his Devourer tanks here right on the front lines. Definitely not where they want to be. And this Devourer tank actually out of range, so he's not going to be able to fire once that Stasis shield wears off. Stasis shield finally wears off, and now these units are going to be able to start putting some pressure on. And actually instantly drops a refinery and a sonic emitter here on the front lines. So Hart putting a lot of pressure here on in the north. And what we have going on down in the south, Stealth tank has been spotted here by Studio. Not quite sure what he's going to do to react to that. But in the meantime, we are just seeing Studio continuing to push forward with those Devastator warships, taking some damage from the stealth tanks as well as the AA batteries. But actually may get one of the Devastator warships. Does get a Devastator warship, but more than likely going to be paying for that with one of the stealth tanks as well. So not a terrible trade there for Dante down in the bottom right corner. It's at least eliminating a bit of additional damage output from Studio. But up in the north, Hart is just looking so strong up here. Forced the phase out on a tripod. There's nothing else to really defend this base here in the north for DFL, and he's looking to be pretty much all but destroyed in this game. And now the sonic emitters are allowed to get some shots on those tech assemblers, also getting some passing shots on these additional production facilities. So this is looking really bad for DFL. It's looking like it's pretty much lights out for him. Juggernaut's joining the fight here as well, going to be able to put some damage out from super long range, and that's more than likely going to be it for him. DFL actually calling the GG, and that's going to be it for him. Dante, he's still in this game, and he's actually held off this attack pretty well. Does call in the Tiberium catalyst missile, or jeez, I don't even know what this is. It must have been a Tib catalyst missile, because it looks like it did quite a bit of damage to these ground forces, but I don't think it was actually a Tib. It wasn't a Tib Vane detonation, because it didn't destroy it nearly enough. I don't know. It might have been a vapor bomb, honestly. Actually, it probably was a vapor bomb now that we look at it. So lots of support power options from those guys. I'm pretty sure that was a vapor bomb that came in just based on the way that the animation was cleaning up at the end of it. But actually, DFL, so he GG'd out of this game, but he has not backed out. So they're early GGs and then not actually leaving the game. Kind of strange to see, but I guess these guys maybe not wanting to give up just yet. Yeah, now DFL does finally throw in the towel, and Hartly Studio, they may be getting the comeback here. I mean, if they get this victory, that's going to be putting them 2-2 with Team Dimante and puts them in striking distance of their spot in the finals. So very nice play coming out from these guys. Hart is looking extremely strong in these last couple games. He's continuing to focus down the remainder of this base here from the old base of DFL, and actually the aggressive GG coming out from Studio. Yeah, maybe thinking that this game's a little bit over, and I would tend to agree with them, but I don't know. It's not over yet. I mean, if Dante can get up to tier 4 tech for Scrin, he could potentially mothership drop and then kill them both. But I don't know. It's pretty far fetched at this point. It's going to be pretty difficult to do. I don't know that he's necessarily got enough Scrin tech at this point. He does have a stasis chamber down, but doesn't have tier 2 or tier 3. Actually does have tier 2, but that's more than likely going to be destroyed any moment. And what else do we have going on here? A couple of Seeker tanks moving in from Studio, just trying to get eyes on this base, wants to see what's going on down here. Battle's still raging on here down in the south. The Avatars facing off against the tripods as well as the base defenses here from Studio. Stasis chamber comes down, going to be locking down the gravity stabilizer as well as a power plant there. So just eliminates any possibility of the Devastator warships coming in to play a factor in this game. And in the meantime, we do just have the continual slow creep here from Hart. He's just continuing to engulf the map. He's pretty much got full control of the top of the map. Tier 2 does finally go down for Dante there, and now it's just more Seeker tanks killing off harvesters. And honestly, once all those harvesters are dead, there's absolutely nothing that Dante can possibly do here. I think his only final opportunity would be to drop a mothership at some point, but he just doesn't have the tech to do it. Yeah, and there's no possibility of that tech coming in the near future either, actually at all, for that matter, unless he manages to capture himself a Scrin MCV. I just don't see how he could possibly do it. He's got a huge amount of infantry, so he must have got like a large amount of credits from DFL when he finally sold up. But it's looking like he's turning all of his turrets towards the north, wants to push Hart off of his aggressive posture here, as he's looking pretty strong up here in the north. But I don't know. That's actually a pretty scary looking force there coming out from Dante. But more than likely, Studio just going to respond to this by sending pretty much everything that he's got. But he's got nothing. I don't know. Dante could potentially be holding on here. This is really interesting. Doing a nice job of focusing down the APCs first. They're doing a lot of damage to the rocket squads. Need to kill those guys off first. Obviously, the Sonic Emitter is also a priority to take out, because they're taking out both the infantry as well as the avatars. But man, the Juggernauts, the fire that they have is just so powerful, locking down all those rocket squads, putting them into a suppressed state, reducing their fire rate, as well as I think their ability to sustain damage. And now all of the avatars are getting focused down as well. Sonic Emitter comes down as well, so this is looking very bad for Dante. Tons of beacons coming in. Huge number of harvesters just kind of chilling out there on the left-hand side. Looks like those guys are... oh, he's saying it was a harv bug all game. That's unfortunate. So Studio, I think he's scratching his head trying to figure out why he doesn't have any economy. But yeah, this is looking very rough for Dante. I mean, he put up a nice fight here on the right-hand side rather, and he did a nice job of holding off Studio. But unfortunately, DFL was pushed out of this game, and it's left him in a really tough situation. Oh, what was that? Was that a... Oh, okay, no, I thought it was a commando for a second, but it wasn't. And it was just a lone member of a rifleman squad rushing forward like a boss. And now we got the stealth tank out, trying to kill off the Devastator warships, but needs to be careful not to get in range of that storm column, because that will cap that off very quickly. Wow, actually that stealth tank doing a huge amount of damage. That was like a surprising amount of damage to that Devastator warship in comparison to what you see from the SAM turrets from Nod. But yeah, honestly, I think Dante's just trying to drag this one out. He's got enough eco to at least be a nuisance in this game, but it's I would have to say it's pretty much over. I don't see any possible way that he can come back at this point. Studio saying well done. Yeah, I mean, you got to give him credit. He played well, and I don't know about dragging this one out. I don't know if he's trying to mind game Hart and Studio just to try to wear them down or something, but there's just no way that he's going to win this game. Might as well GG out and get into the next one. But Dante, his base is getting pressured very heavily by the Juggernauts in the north. And what do we have going on the left-hand side? Still nothing coming from Studio at the moment. Honestly, Studio should just be sending everything that he's got. Dante finally calling the GG. And yeah, Studio saying, well played. And I would agree with him. Looking like it's going to be a sell-off of everything, pretty much. Calls in that final support power, not sure what it was. Mind drop coming in right on top of all the Juggernauts, or at least a number of them. Not going to matter too much. More than likely, those Juggernauts not going to be killed off. But yeah, he's just selling off everything very slowly. Does still have the MCV. Finally sells everything off. And Team Dimante going to be dropping that game. Hartly Studio potentially coming back, picking up another game there, and bringing the score to 2-2. So very interesting game, but I have to say that Hart and Studio, they did a great job of exerting a lot of pressure early game, and were able to capitalize on it moving forward. Once Hart had defeated DFL in the north, there was really no way that Dante could potentially hold off against that much economy advantage and just sheer numbers advantage that Hart and Studio had. He did a great job of holding off Studio, and I would say he actually won that battle considering the amount of damage that he had to sustain from Hart. But anyways, that's going to be evening up our score, and it's actually going to be bringing us to I think one of our first ace matches of the day. I think we did have one a little bit earlier, but an ace match in the semifinals, especially when Team Hartly Studio was down 2-0, and now they're actually having an opportunity to come back. So pretty entertaining set of games. I'm curious to see how this one shakes out, if Hart and Studio are going to manage to pull through another victory and secure themselves a spot in the finals, or will Team Dimante finally push these guys out. Alright, everybody, sorry for the extremely long waiting time here. It's been a combination of things, but the long and the short of it is Hart has lost connection to the Revora service. I'm not quite sure what his issue is, whether he's lost con completely, like at his home, like he has no internet, or what the deal is, but as of right now, we are trying desperately to wait for him to come in and finish up this final game. Worst case scenario, it may just progress on forward without him, and then it would be Team Dimante getting a win in to the finals. But honestly, I would love to see this final game be played, but we'll have to check in and see. I'll give you guys an update once I know a little bit more. I'm in contact with the tournament officials, so keeping a close eye on what's going on. But obviously, we'll be jumping into that game the second it becomes available, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, the long-awaited game number 5 of the semifinal series coming up right now, and we are on the map Crater of Carnage, and spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the blue screen, we have DFL. And his teammate just to the right of him as the green GDI, we have Dimante. And in the top as the pink nod, we have Studio. And then in the upper left-hand corner, the guy that was suffering from some severe connection issues as the yellow nod, we have Hart. So let me just make sure that I've got our scoreboard right. And let's see. Okay. This. Okay. So, get the score updated. So it is 2-2. This is do or die for both teams. They absolutely need to win this game in order to progress on forward, and it's really going to be up to Hartly Studio to pick up a victory here to make that wait worthwhile. So I'm pulling for them. I really hope they take the victory here. Otherwise, that wait was for naught. Once again, I do apologize everybody for the long wait. That was very, very long and was much more than I was expecting. Started to get a little bit salty there towards the end of it, but. Anyways, we are in game number 5. This is a come-from-behind victory setup for Hartly Studio. They were down 2-0 at the start of this series. They have picked up the last 2 games into this series to even up the score 2-2, and now they have the potential for the massive comeback. A little bit of lag there, not quite sure what's causing that, but I believe we do have an APC engineer coming out from, I believe this is Dimante here down in the bottom right corner. So an APC engineer headed north, not quite sure where he's intending to go with it. Looks like he's more than likely going to be going for a capture on a structure, as that Tiberium spike is already in his possession. But what else do we have going on here? Not a whole lot. It looks like actually our southern team has managed to capture both of the Tiberium spikes, so nice move there from these gentlemen to grab those middle Tiberium spikes, or rather the potentially contested Tiberium spikes, whereas I think it is only Studio that has managed to grab himself the northern safe Tiberium spike. So Hart going to be at a disadvantage. Engineer does get sniped as well as the APC, so doesn't actually force the sell-off of any structure. So nice move there from Studio to keep all of those forces alive. And actually there is another APC engineer here out for... actually packs up the MCV at the very last second. Very, very nice move, and the Shredder turret actually gets the kill on that engineer. So Studio doing a fantastic job of keeping himself in this game. He's actually going to use that packed up MCB to move towards the center of the map. Very wise decision. Just some garrisonable structures facing off against one another. More than likely we will be seeing the Rifleman squad, or rather the green garrison here, winning out just due to the fact that there's 2 Rifleman squads in there versus the 1 Militant squad. The sheer damage output will eventually win the fight for the GDI player, but Dimante, he's expanding towards the middle. He drops his tier 2 first, so not sure what his plan is with that. I mean, doesn't really have a lot that he can produce with that. I mean, normally when you'd see a tier 2 drop in Tiberium Wars, you'd expect either a fast tier 3 or an airfield, just due to the fact that there's really no tech upgrades, at least not to my knowledge, especially none that are worthwhile from GDI tier 2. But anyways, we do have some pressure being exerted here by the forces of DFL down in the bottom left corner. Those seeker tanks always coming out as a threatening force here. I don't know that he's actually killed off anything here, really. I can't tell you if he's actually killed off any harvesters or anything. I think he may have gotten 1 harvester kill. I think he dropped a lightning spike as well, so that was a pretty heavy investment for just a single harvester kill. I don't know that he can really justify the cost on that one, but a couple of rocket squads getting caught out here by a Militant squad. Actually, it looks like that Militant squad could be getting crushed. No, he's going to choose to run over the Tiberium instead. Either way, he's going to die. He might as well just turn and shoot up those rocket squads, get as much damage as he can on them. But that's not going to be the case. Now we're seeing the base creep here forward from DFL down in the bottom left corner. He's going to be looking to just stave off this attack here from Hart on the left-hand side. Wants to make sure not to get pushed off of this field, as that's quite a bit of economy that he can secure for himself. And actually, it looks like both of our southern players have managed to secure themselves some early Tiberium here in the middle of the map. I did hear a Tib Catalyst missile going off. Not quite sure where that hit, to be honest. I thought I heard it fire off. Maybe it was just my music that just sounded like it. Man, that definitely sounded like a Tib Catalyst missile. No, there was a Tib Catalyst missile. Wipes out both of the refineries back in Dante's main base. and that's really devastating. drops the Tiberium, the seed Tiberium. Definitely not what you want to be doing against your enemy. You don't want to be giving them access to more Tiberium. I don't know what his plan was with that. Maybe just trying to force the sell-off, thinking that it was a Tiberium vapor bomb, but I don't know. That's a pretty heavy mind game for a pretty substantial loss if that Tiberium ends up in their hands. But we have going on in the meantime, we do have DFL putting a lot of pressure here on the left-hand side of the map. He's actually moved his way up, and he's become the aggressor here. He does have a number of Devourer tanks, actually sniping down these Scorpion tanks pretty quickly. He is starting to lose a couple of these Devourer tanks, and that's a bit unfortunate. He's going to be losing a couple more, I think. Actually, no, the damage output from these Devourer tanks is going to be enough. Needs to focus down that remaining Scorpion tank. Nice move there. What else do we have going on? Do we have another APC engineer? No, it doesn't look like it. So no other APC engineers, but there's just a couple of ragtag forces here from Dante down in the bottom right that have made their way all the way up and around, trying to harass those harvesters. Looks like they could potentially get one harvester kill here. They're going to be taking a lot of losses in return. Actually, no, Studio's doing a nice job of kiting that one around. But on the left-hand side, we do still see DFL continuing to press forward, doing lots and lots of damage to this base. And this is looking actually pretty bad for Hart. He doesn't have anything here on the left-hand side to defend against this. And it's actually looking very, very bad for him. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. So this long wait may have been for naught. Hart is looking to be in a very, very difficult situation. He really needs some assistance from his ally, but his ally's in a really tough spot as well. He's finally established a refinery on this expansion, but don't know that it's going to be enough. Honestly, at this point, it's a pretty tough situation that he's caught between. A couple of stealth tanks out here for Studio have come in. They've managed to sneak in and cap off a couple of harvesters. Looks like they're going to try to kill off the pit bulls as well. Both stealth tanks are still alive. One is very heavily damaged, and it looks like Studio is actually going to try to poke in with an avatar as well. Going to be looking to continue to exert some more pressure there. Did have the mine drop coming in. It looks like he was trying to just hold off this attack here from DFL, but DFL, he has massed up to a huge number of units, and this is a very threatening looking force, even though it is only tier 1, tier 2 units, but there's just so many of them. It's a very, very scary looking army. And what else does Hart have in the meantime? He doesn't really have much to speak of. His eco is pretty much dead at this point in the game. He's been pushed off of all of these Tiberium fields. He does have a couple of refineries, but no harvesters to speak of down here. And honestly, even if he was to send some harvesters down here, try to grab some of that Tiberium, they're going to be instantly killed just due to the fact that there's nothing here to actually force these units out of his base. So DFL has an opportunity here to actually snipe the MCV of Hart, and that's going to be pretty much lights out for him. Actually sells it off, gets $740 back instead of just straight up nothing. So I guess making the best out of a bad situation. Maybe could have sold a little bit earlier, realizing that there's just no way that he could have held it. But now it is the push forward from DFL. He's continuing to exert more and more pressure here, and it's looking like he's going to be able to force Hart right out of the game here just with this tier 1, tier 2 spam. And we'll have to see if he's able to support his ally after the fact. I have to imagine that he will. And Dante, he's rocking pretty heavy on the eco. He's got an airfield out with 4 orcas on the field as we speak. I don't know if there are more. Let's see, it looks like there's another airfield as well, so 6 orcas at least out on the field. He does have that Tiberium spike on the right-hand side of the map. So, yeah, this is looking very, very good for Team Dimante right now. Despite the game coming back from Hartly Studio, and actually Hart throwing in the GG. He's going to be giving over all of his forces over to Studio, and now it's up to Studio to 1v2 here, and I don't know that he's necessarily in a position to really do that. Mastermind coming forward, more than likely going to be going for a capture on that MCV. Should be going for that capture right now, honestly. He's in range. Needs to be grabbing that MCV, just deny that build. No, doesn't seem to be too fussed about it. Just kind of chilling out there. Mastermind just chilling in the middle of this base, just like, hey, what up? I'm just here for moral support, I guess. But yeah, Studio, not quite sure what he's saying, but I'll assume that it's probably not something very nice. But it's looking like he's probably going to be knocked out of this game in the near future. Actually, no, it sounds like it was probably something nice. My knowledge of German is not very good, but I believe Danke is something in the lines of thank you, so I have to imagine that it's something decent. Unfortunately, it's in German, so I have no idea what these guys are talking about. It drives me nuts. That's my own fault that I don't know the language, and more than likely just trading some congrats, or maybe some friendly jabs. Not quite sure. But it's looking like Team Dimante going to be moving on into the finals to face off against Bike Rush Owns and Maze. And we'll have to see if they're able to keep up this intense pressure against those two very, very well-known names and have an opportunity to take the $60 cash prize for the winning team. That's right, there is a $60 prize on the line here, folks, so it's not all for naught. So Team Dimante doing a nice job of picking up game number 5 here. Oh, they're going to drag this one out, though, aren't they? Can't have anything too easy today. Can't just sell up when the game's over now. Let's drag it out. Drag it out a bit. And a refinery's still there being beaconed. These guys just trying to sweep around the edges of the map. They're going to finally kill that off, and yeah, not much more to be said. This game's over. Yep, okay, so Studio deciding maybe he doesn't want to necessarily drag this out that much longer. Finally throws in the towel, and Team Dimante going to be picking up the victory in the game, in the series, and will be pressing on into the finals. And the finals will be a best of 7. It will be Team Dimante versus Team Cheatnuts, which will be I'm sorry, I was going to say Master Leaf, but it's actually Bike Rush Owns and Maze. So that should be a pretty formidable force. We saw them earlier on in the cast. I think they were the first set of games that I actually grabbed, but yeah, I should expect them to be the force to be reckoned with here. So it's going to be really up to Team Dimante to play extremely well to hold these guys off. But game number 1 of the final is going to be coming up momentarily. Everybody, be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of the best of 7 finals. That's right, you heard me correctly, finals finally here, and that's going to bring us to the map. Craters of Carnage, and spawning down in the bottom right corner as the red GDI, that's right, we have Bike Rush Owns. And then to his north, as the Cyan Nod, we have Maze. And sliding over to the left-hand side, as the green GDI, we have Dante. And then down in the bottom left-hand corner, as the blue screen once again, we have DFL. Just needed to confirm that, so let me just swap some things around. I've said that like 150 times today, approximately everybody. Okay. And nope, I totally screwed up the colors. Let's see. There we go. Alright, good enough. So, Team Cheatnuts versus Team Dimante, and Team Cheatnuts obviously Bike Rush Owns and Maze, Dimante being the team of Dante and DFL. So, I don't know. I'm giving this one slightly in favor of Bike Rush Owns and Maze. And I may be being a little bit facetious when I say slightly, but I don't know. DFL and Dante have been playing particularly well today, so we'll have to see if they can manage to pull that one out again. They did drop 2 games to Hart and Studio, pretty punishing losses as well. We'll have to see if maybe they change their ways this time around, but Dante going to be going for those early game APC engineers. Been working out for him throughout the course of the day today. Not necessarily in every game, but pretty much the majority of the games there. And it's looking like he's going to continue with that aggression. Bike Rush Owns also going to be going for those early game APC engineers. He does have 2 out on the field that I can see at the moment, but knowing Bike Rush Owns, he's probably got like 4 or 5 of them. There's another one. So yeah, he's got 3 APC engineers out on the field right now, and complaining of lag. Yeah, I agree. I can actually see the lag. It's pretty intense. But let's see what else we have going on here. Just some eco play going on, not too much to say. We do have an engineer, actually a saboteur coming out from Maze, so it's looking like he's going to go for a capture on this Tiberium spike. He's actually sent a buggy down as well, so he's going to be looking to kill off the buzzer there just to prevent that from actually killing off his engineer. And that's a smart move to defend his engie there. I don't know if he actually lost an engineer trying to capture that. Oh, the MCV actually packs up before it gets captured. Not quite sure. I think he sold off the power plant as well. Another APC engineer comes in from Dante. That gets sniped down as well. So 2 APC engineers down the drain just for the sell-off of a power plant and the packup of an MCV. So I don't know that that's necessarily worth it. I don't know if he was. I don't know if he canceled Maze from building like a refinery or a tier 2 or something to that effect. It may have been worthwhile, but I'm not quite sure what that was. Yeah, not quite sure why he's still here, to be honest. The extra observers adding a little bit of lag. But we do have the bike buggy here up in the north, and he's going to be killing off. The bike buggy from May is going to be killing off these squads from Dante. And APC engineer coming in here. Looks like he got the capture on the MCV. So Bike Rush Owns grabbing the MCV of Dante, and actually forces the sell off of the War Factory. So Dante has no build. That's unfortunate. So Dante is pretty much lights out in this game. Nothing he can do. So it's going to be up to DFL to 1v2 these guys, and interesting. Yeah, that's punishing. Bike Rush Owns, just a single APC engineer managing to make it in there. Grabs the MCV, grabs the engineer off of the sold off MCV, and actually manages to secure himself. Oh, wait a second. Where's the MCV of Bike Rush? Oh, okay. I thought for a second there that they traded MCVs, but no, that's not the case. It was just some seeker tanks from DFL here down in the bottom left. So DFL, he's got a pretty good eco at this point in the game, so he's looking pretty strong. But Bike Rush Owns, he's crippled. He's really crippled Dante in the upper left-hand corner. Dante actually GG's out, gives all of his infrastructure over to DFL. Not a terrible idea. But now, more than likely, we're going to be seeing, yeah, exactly, this is what I was expecting. Just a flame tank or some type of base killing operation here from Maze to clean up this base. Doesn't want to allow this eco to go in favor of DFL. And I think DFL realizes that he's up against the clock at this point, needs to put some pain on one of these guys, at least knock Bike Rush out of the game. so that he can have potentially a 1v1 situation, because 1v2 against these two players is going to be extremely difficult to try to come out on top. So looking pretty tough for DFL. He's definitely got an uphill battle to fight here. Rather, an uphill climb. I don't quite know where that analogy was going. We'll just leave it at that. And, yeah, so Bike Rush Owns does have that Tiberium spike. DFL, he's got this Tiberium spike on the left-hand side. He's actually going to be spotting both of these flame tanks. If he's paying close enough attention, he'll see them on the left-hand side, but he may well not see them, and that's actually going to be devastating when Maze finally makes it into his base, because he's going to be able to do so much damage. And actually, a Tip Vapor Bomb coming in, going to be knocking out the Foundry as well as a Refinery there. So that's actually a pretty considerable amount of infrastructure damage. And now a couple of flame tanks rolling in. It's looking like he's going to go for actually quite a bit of infrastructure here. Could be killing off this Refinery. Will definitely be killing that Refinery. Could potentially kill the Nerve Center as well. Or he may just go for the Warp Sphere. Honestly, the Nerve Center would probably be the best choice at this point. No, he's actually going to pull back. Honestly, he's got no chance of escaping with these flame tanks. And actually, DFL calling the GG. And I think that's going to be it for him. And yeah, pretty quick game number one. Unfortunate set of circumstances there for Dante in the top of the map, losing his MCV to Bike Rush Owns, and then having to sell off his War Factory due to the fact that Bike Rush was going to capture that with the engineer from the sold off MCV. So yeah, definitely an unfortunate situation there for Dante. Put DFL at a really significant disadvantage, despite having, you know, an economy advantage in that game, and that's going to be wrapping that game up pretty tightly at 5.5 minutes or so. So quick game number one, going to be going in favor of Cheatnuts. They just need to secure another, I believe, 3 victories in order to secure themselves the title. But hey, it's only game number one, so game number two going to be coming up momentarily. Everybody be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 7 final series for the Tiberium Wars Double Trouble 2 vs 2 tournament here, and that brings us to the map Red Zone Rampage, and spawning in the upper left hand corner as the blue scrin, we have DFL. Then his teammate in the upper right corner as the green GDI, we have Dante. And down in the bottom right corner as the cyan GDI, we have Maze. And rounding out our bottom team as the the red scrin down in the bottom left corner, we have Bike Rush Owns. So, okay, yeah, we've got this right. That updated. And okay, so Team Cheatnuts versus Team Dimante, bottom versus top, and lots of scrin. So we've got I think it was 2 or 3 scrins. Let's see. Okay, so we've got 2 scrin and 2 GDI. Surprisingly enough, mirrored against one another, so this should be interesting. Bike Rush Owns, I saw he switched his faction to scrin, so I'm not sure if he's planning some crazy shenanigans this game, but it should be interesting to see how this one shakes out. I know Dante actually had a, or I'm sorry, not Dante, but DFL actually had a pretty good showing with scrin on this map earlier today. We do have APC engineers coming out from Dante in the north. What do we have coming out from... Do we have any APC engineers coming out from... Nope, Maze doesn't appear to be too concerned about going for APC engineers. APC is trying desperately to get out of range of that buzzer hive. Looks like he should be able to. Honestly, could actually get a capture on that refinery, but he's wasted a little bit too much time at this point. APC comes out. Also a Predator tank here to kill off any additional APC engineers. But I think we've had... We got at least... Okay, so we've got 2 APCs here. Actually, no engineers. I don't know if they've just managed to be killed off at this point. I didn't quite see. One engineer did actually get killed off, forced the pack up of that MCV. So that was actually a nice move there from Maze to keep that alive. He is trying to reposition his MCV so he can deploy in between those buzzer hives. But nice move there from Bike Rush to support his ally in that situation. Going to be getting those buzzer hives down to keep himself alive. But it's actually Bike Rush, surprisingly enough, he's actually expanding off to the right-hand side towards his ally as opposed to towards the north. And he actually drops a stasis chamber here, so you're looking to go for maybe a stasis shield in the near future. Could actually call in a stasis shield on all these Devourer tanks and then move in some disintegrators here to kill those guys off, but needs to be careful. Base creep coming in from DFL on the left-hand side, going to be pushing towards Bike Rush, so going to be up to Bike Rush to hold that one off. Meanwhile, we do have the base creep here coming out from... oh, wait a second. Actually, it looks like a couple of APC engineers managed to work here because Dante somehow is in possession of a number of structures over here. It looks like he captured the War Factory, then immediately dropped a barracks there trying to get some additional captures. He does have 2 power plants here as well. I'm not sure if he just dropped those in the base, but Maze, he does have triple War Factory, and he's pumping out Predator tanks here on the front lines. Actually, quad War Factory, all pointing back towards his own base. They're going to be trying to clean up all that infrastructure there before he presses on forward. Bike Rush actually being pressured pretty heavily here on the left-hand side of the map, taking quite a bit of damage, but Shock Trooper is actually out to defend against these forces. This is actually a really nice move from Bike Rush. He read this really well. He realized that there was no infantry killing capabilities from... Oh, but he needs to be careful. The Buzzer Swarm support power comes in. Actually, Buzzer Swarm support power of his own comes in. Going to be trying to kill off the buzzers. And actually, Bike Rush Owns counters the Buzzer Swarm with his own Buzzer Swarm. That was really nice move there from Bike Rush. Not something we see very often. Typically, we just see the Buzzer Swarm come in, and then they just clean things up. But, yeah, Bike Rush, he turned that one around. Called in the Buzzer Swarm on his enemy to clean up their buzzers as well. But, and that War Factory is still alive there. Just an annoyance for Maze on the right-hand side of the map. So managed to hold that off, and now he's going to be able to turn the turrets onto the base of Dante. Bike Rush Owns, he does have those Devastator warships out on the field, likely going to be pushing forward into this, or rather trying to stave off this base push. Meanwhile, we do have Dante. He's massed up to a decent number of rocket squads, but actually a phase field coming off on these Predator tanks, so they can be used to crush these infantry without taking any damage in return, or rather severely mitigated damage. And yeah, that was actually a really great support there from Bike Rush Owns in the form of the phase field there. Now that there are watchtowers here for the base creep from Maze, you should be able to clean this base up pretty easily. Those rocket squads are not going to be able to do anything against just the sheer damage output from those watchtowers. And it's looking very good for Maze on the right-hand side of the map. On the left-hand side of the map, DFL, he's been held off pretty heavily here. I don't quite know what he's going to be able to do. Now he's taking damage from his base push from the Devastator warships. And Plasma missile battery comes down on the front lines. That's likely going to be enough to kill off that. Oh, no, maybe not. One more shot. That does actually bring down that Devastator warship. So that's a bit unfortunate. Looks like DFL was actually cleaning up some harvesters as well. But Maze, he's got so many tanks. So many Predator tanks in the base of Dante, and he's just crushing everything here. Kills off the remaining power plant, and now he's just going to continue to kill off all of this production, and more than likely going to turn the turrets on the construction yard here. Yeah, he's going to kill that off and just knock Dante out of this game, eliminate him as a threat, and there's not a whole lot more to be said there. There is still a power plant in his base. That's just going to be a little bit annoying. Bike Rush, he's still producing some more of these shock troopers. They do have the disc upgrades as well, so going to be able to kill off aircraft as well as a little bit more damage output on vehicles. But that, actually the gravity stabilizer going down before EFL is able to get out a Devastator warship on the front lines. Not that it really would have mattered. There's a plasma missile battery as well as a storm column here on the left-hand side for Bike Rush owns. So he's facing off tripod v tripod. He did come out victorious there. The lightning spike is continuing to do damage to this tripod. The tripod, I don't think, seems to be too fussed about it. He's starting to focus down that lightning spike, but now he's going to be forced to go around the gravity stabilizer. But honestly, I believe, yeah, Dante has been eliminated out of this game. He is gone on the right-hand side of the map, and it's looking like Maze is just going to sweep in from the north and just clean up this entirely undefended portion of DFL's base. DFL calling the GG. Not much more to be said there. Bike Rush owns, and Maze picking up another game here in pretty convincing fashion. Not a whole lot that Team Dimante could do there. Despite the nice APC engineer captures on the right-hand side of the map, Dante just wasn't able to exert enough pressure there to really make that worthwhile. So that's going to be game number 2 going in favor of Team Cheatnuts, and they're up 2-0 right now. 2 more games could secure them the title, or we could be seeing a comeback here coming from Team Dimante. So game number 3 is going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 3 of this best of 7 finals series, and that brings us to the map Battle for Middle Egypt, and spawning down in the bottom right corner as the purple nod, we have Dante. And his teammate down to the bottom left corner as the blue scrin, we have DFL. And in the upper left corner as the first member of Team Cheatnuts as the red GDI, we have Bike Rush Owns. And in the upper right corner playing as the cyan nod, yeah, Maze. I'll update the scoreboard, get everything situated here. We'll swap a couple things around. Alright. That looks about right. Okay. There we go. Alright, so it is 2-0 in favor of Team Cheatnuts, and it's looking very good for them to potentially be securing themselves a victory in this tournament. Team Dimante going to need to put some work in here in these next few games in order to get themselves back into the contention for the title, and going to be up to them to start picking up some games. Otherwise, they're gonna risk being a match point if they lose this game, and that's never a good situation to be in. It looks like we do have an APC out, actually a couple APCs out from Bike Rush Owns, maybe just trying to force a response here from one of these guys, thinking that they are APC engineers. And it will be up to DFL to identify whether or not that is in fact the case. That is the risk that you run. But okay, so Seeker Tank actually catching that out. Doesn't necessarily want to overcommit into the APC here. I think that Seeker Tank will actually end up losing that battle over time. Bike Rush Owns, I think he's trying to get into range to get the minefield down. He actually does get the minefield down. Takes a little bit of damage from his own minefield. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, so that was a nice move there actually from Bike Rush. He did manage to put quite a bit of pain on that Seeker Tank, keeps his APC alive. And what else do we have going on in the meantime? Just have a buggy here scouting from our bottom right player in the form of Dante. May's going to be chasing that down with some bikes of his own. And yeah, he should be able to kill that off, no problem. A couple of bikes rolling around for Maze at this point. More than likely just out to try to stave off any APC engineers. Actually, they don't really have to worry about APC engineers just due to the fact that, that neither one of these guys are GDI, and I think Bike Rush was just beaconing his success over here. Managed to kill off that Seeker Tank with just the APC and the Rifleman squad. Honestly, could have just garrisoned up that Rifleman squad into that APC, just give a little bit more damage output, but I think he's still trying to play the mind game at this point. But Bike Rush Owns, he's expanded towards the center, going to be securing himself a refinery on that expansion, and likewise for DFL, so pretty similar build paths here from DFL and Bike Rush. Bike Rush going for the early G's as far as going for some early APCs. Didn't actually invest in the engineers, so not terribly far behind as far as economy goes. He does have a bit of a harvester deficiency in terms of count versus DFL, but knowing Bike Rush, he's going to eco behind it, so he is up to actually that tier 2 now, and I don't know, maybe we'll see a fast tier 3 or maybe into an airfield. That would be interesting to see as well. But what do we have coming out from Ante down in the bottom right corner? Straight up eco on his main field. He has expanded to the center of the map. It's going to be taking a little bit of a while to get his refinery established, but Maze, he's actually dropped a nuke. He does have the Temple of Nod on the field at this point. That nuke is counting down. I don't know if you actually have the... No, that actually has the Master Computer countermeasures, so that's a real one. I was going to say it might have been the decoy Temple of Nod, but it is not actually the case. It is a real Temple of Nod, so that's going to be a threat if this game looms on for another 6.5 minutes, if it is left uncontested. But actually up here we did see Bike Rush getting pushed off of his green Tiberium expansion here, and he's being forced to receive aid from his ally in the form of obelisk drops. Actually, it looks like Maze actually destroyed that garrison right next to his base. But DFL, he's got an opportunity here now to get some repairs on these Devourer tanks, and he desperately needs to do so. And yeah, he's going to get those repairs and get those guys charged back up and then come back in and try to poke some more damage on these guys. Does need to be wary of the obelisk drop. Sonic emitter shot actually carving through these Devourer tanks. I don't know that it's necessarily in range to actually do any damage to that warp sphere. It does not... Oh, actually sells off the warp sphere. That's interesting. I don't know that that was really necessary. Sonic emitter shot comes in and immediately kills off that Devastate, or rather the Devourer tank. Not quite sure what was killed off up here. It looks like it was just a Raider buggy or something. Nothing too much to be worried about. But what else do we have coming out from Dante? Dante is actually spamming out bikes at this point. That's kind of interesting. Drops his tier 2 in a really forward location. It's looking like he's looking to creep forward as well. Maybe look to put the pressure on Bike Rush and Maze here in the middle of the map. But Bike Rush, he does have Juggernauts out on the field, and on this map, actually, Juggernaut's pretty strong, just due to how much terrain they have to hide around. They could hide around the back end of this little berm here, or they could actually hide in the city itself. It's just a matter of making sure that he doesn't overcommit. And actually, Maze capping off a couple of bikes here with some avatars. Another avatar comes out. He should be able to hold a line here. Actually, no, the bikes are in good enough numbers here where they should get some harvester kills before they actually get killed off. Actually, I don't know. The avatar as well as the obelisk going to be enough to actually kill off those bikes before they're able to do too much damage. DFL actually coming around the side here, trying to poke in with those devourer tanks to take out a couple of harvesters. Looks like he did get one harvester for his trouble. May get another harvester here. I don't think that Sonic Emitter from Bike Rush is actually able to get in range. And May's losing a couple harvesters there. That's a little bit unfortunate. Sonic Emitter shot does carve through, does do a little bit of damage to that Sacred Tank. Not too much, though. Mastermind coming out here for DFL down in the bottom left corner. That will be a threat here in the near future. Quite sure where he's going to look to send that. Maybe going to be looking to grab the MCV of Bike Rush here. I have to imagine that's what he's going to go for. That's honestly the best option at this point. You just send it out and around in this direction, and then just come in and grab that MCV for himself. Not quite sure where it is, to be honest. Where did it go? So the Mastermind is MIA at the moment. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure what happened to him. I don't know if he died or if he's just moved off. Oh no, there he is. Okay, so he's just kind of chilling next to that power plant, not doing a whole lot. Devastator warships coming out from DFL here down on the bottom left. Going to be contending against the base defenses as well as the Juggernauts here from Bike Rush. Actually, Mastermind coming in and captures a Juggernaut. Should just turn the turrets and fire on Bike Rush's base. I think he's trying to attack the Juggernauts themselves, but it's going to take a little while for him to get out of range of the Juggernauts so that he can fire on them. He does manage to get one shot off. I think he kills it off. Not too bad. Bike Rush owns. He's been cleaned up pretty heavily here on the left-hand side. Now his harvesters are being harassed here by the bikes from Dante, which are coming in to support. And Maze coming all the way across the map, going to be looking to support his ally here. Sonic Emitter shots carving through the middle of the map. Just absolute mayhem going on in this upper left corner. Looks like everybody's focused on doing the damage in Bike Rush's base. Bike Rush actually regaining control of his Juggernaut. Not quite sure how that happened. It looks like actually the Rifleman squad came in and managed to kill off that Mastermind in the mayhem there. So that Buzzer Hive actually being powered down, not actually able to kill off that Rifleman squad in time. And we do have sniper teams out as well. Not quite sure. Actually, a little bit of lag. The sniper team, that is ranked up, so it looks like he's been out on the field for a little while. Firehawks coming in, do snipe down the Devastator warship there from DFL, and it's looking like Bike Rush has held this long enough to allow Maze to get into position to really support him. And these avatars in the middle of the city are doing quite a bit of damage. One avatar does go down to an obelisk shot here from his teammate Dante on the right-hand side. And it looks like Dante and Maze just kind of called a ceasefire on the right-hand side of the map, actually sharing Tiberium off of this field. Despite the fact that there is an obelisk here. What is going? What is this? What is this? Okay, the harvester's doing a little dance around the obelisk. I don't know why. Very interesting, but very, very strange. Shock troopers cruising around. Looks like they're going to try to go in and get a kill on that Juggernaut. Juggernaut is ranked up to veteran at this point, and again, these Juggernauts really reigning supreme in this fight. The avatars on the front lines able to get in and do quite a bit of damage. They can come forward and crush these shock troopers pretty easily. It doesn't appear as though Maze is too fussed about it, though. He's taking a little bit of collateral damage from the Juggernaut shots. Needs to be a little bit careful not to take too much. The stasis chamber going to be going down to another shot from these Juggernauts in the near future. No, maybe not. Doesn't look like Bike Rush is quite sure what he wants to fire on. Yeah, just a little bit of complaining about lag. I can understand that. There's definitely some lag going on. And these harvesters totally bugged out. I think that's just based on the placement of that refinery. But DFL actually going to throw in the towel. Bike Rush calling the GG, and it's looking like this is going to be going once again in favor of Team Cheatnuts. And yeah, I think Dante is still in this game. He does have a couple of avatars as well as some infantry out on the field, but I don't know that he's necessarily going to be able to stand up to both of these guys. the timer in the meantime on Maze's super weapon in the form of the nuke. Going to be online here in 1 minute and 10 seconds, so that's a pretty big threat to deal with. Not quite sure where the bombing run came from. Something was hitting this. Looks like actually Maze is going to send out an engineer to repair that. Stasis chamber coming in, locks down the Juggernaut. Only one Juggernaut. Tried to get all three. A little bit greedy there. I may have actually locked this one down as well. It may just be glitched as far as the animation's concerned. Nope, that one is in fact able to move, and the veteran Juggernaut just continuing to get free shots off on these forces. The real battle here is on the right-hand side, where we do have just a couple of avatars here coming out from Dante, going to be trying to exert some counter pressure here onto Maze, but Bike Rush owns. He immediately calls the stop move command on these Juggernauts, just going to be keeping them alive, not wanting to step on those minefields, so that's a very wise decision. And actually 15 seconds left on that super weapon timer. Do have bombs coming in once again on the construction yard. That construction yard is actually taking quite a bit of damage, more than likely just Firehawk bombing runs that have come in and hit over and over and over again. What else do we have going on? So Bike Rush owns, I think he's beaconing where Maze should be sending that nuclear missile. And the nuke does fire off. It does manage to wipe out all of this infrastructure. Takes out the MCV as well as the tech lab and the airfield. So Bike Rush once again calling in the GG. Oh my god, heroic stealth tank. Maze, where did this come from? Wow, okay. Yeah, I have no idea where that heroic stealth tank came from. He must have just been cleaning up harvesters this whole time in the bottom right corner of the base. Wow, okay. So yeah, that ranked up fast. And now that heroic stealth tank is just going to be able to absolutely smash the remainder of this base. Early GGs coming in from both Bike Rush and Maze, perhaps realizing that they just have so much of an advantage at this point. Dante complaining a little bit about the connection. I understand that to a degree, but I don't know that connection was necessarily the reason that he lost this game. I mean, this was lost pretty early on, so despite the connection issues, I'm thinking this game's pretty much over. Yeah, Dante has no build at this point. He's calling all of his harvesters back to his refineries at this point, but really no point. It's pretty much over. Juggernauts just kind of chilling out in the middle of the map, firing on pretty much anything and everything they can find. They're actually just, don't even know what they were firing at, to be honest. Okay, I think they're trying to shoot at this harvester, but their turn speed is so slow. Bike Rushon's trying to force fire on those harvesters, I think. Alright, these guys trading a little bit unnecessary jabs here. And it's looking like Maze is going to use this opportunity to use these stealth tanks to clean up the remainder of these bases. That heroic stealth tank, the damage output is just absolutely insane. And obviously, Tiberium Wars, there's no tip core missile upgrade. If that had tip core missiles, oh dear god, that would be an insane amount of DPS. Those are some really, really scary looking units. But anyways, that's going to be it for that game. Game number 3 going in favor of Team Cheatnuts, and that puts them up to match point. So once again, pretty fast and furious game there. I would say DFL was actually looking pretty strong on the left-hand side of the map, but Bike Rush held on just long enough to allow Maze to come in and support him, and Dante wasn't able to exert the counter pressure or come in and assist DFL on the left-hand side, so it left him a little bit too far behind, and he just wasn't able to 1v2, which is totally understandable, but that's going to be it for that game. So it is 3-0 in favor of Team Cheatnuts versus Team Dimante, and game number 4 going to be coming right up, so be sure to stay tuned. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 4 of this best of 7 final series. And that brings us to the map Downtown Dust Bowl. And spawning in the bottom as the blue screen, we have DFL. And his teammate just to the left of him as the pink GDI. That's right, pink GDI. We have Dante. And then to the north of him as the red nod, we have Bike Rush Owns. Then on the far right side, as the cyan GDI, we have Maze. I had to check that for a second because Maze has been Nod in every single game so far. It was a little bit shocking to me to see him playing as GDI, but maybe these guys are intending to go a little bit more aggressive, and Maze feels a little bit more comfortable with the early game APC engineer harassment versus Nod. But yeah, let me get the scoreboard updated. I apologize, I realized that it was not online the whole time I've been talking here. Let's see. Let's get that set up. That. Okay. Okay, I think this is all right. Yeah, close enough. Okay, so Team Cheatnuts on essentially the top and the right side of the map versus Team Dimante, which is going to be the far left and the bottom of the map. Shadow Team opener here from Bike Rush Owns, going really heavy on the Shadow Teams. Going to be able to snipe a refinery straight away. Is exposed here to the APC. He's going to be taking a little bit of damage, but doesn't actually lose any squads, I don't think. Yeah, I think actually all of his squads are still alive. Yeah, he's got 5 squads alive at the moment, so if he's able to recharge, he could potentially kill another refinery or even just kill off that war factory. That's going to set, I think that's going to set Dante back even further, which is just going to be devastating. Right now he's got no eco to speak of, trying to build another refinery, which is going to be really, really difficult. And then he's got the looming threat of the Shadow Teams coming back in. Shadow Teams are flying at the moment. They need to land because they're taking way too much damage from just a single pit bull. If they land, they're going to be able to take quite a bit reduced damage, but maybe just trying to bait the yeah, maybe just trying to bait that that pit bull forward. Going to be losing it to the bikes. The Bike Rush going to be following that up with some bikes of his own, and not quite sure. Maybe he's just going to go for another war factory here and just go all in. Whatever that is, it's looking like it's building pretty quickly. It might be another refinery. We'll have to see, but Maze, he doesn't seem to be too concerned about exerting too much early pressure. I don't know that he's actually gone for anything too crazy. No, it doesn't look like there's any APC engineers out on the map, so hasn't exerted too much pressure on this game so far. It's looking like he's just content with ecoing at this point. Let's see, where's his MCV? So his MCV is still down here. He's just creeping back to his green field there, knowing that that's pretty safe back there. Bike Rush Owns continuing to put the aggression on here on the left-hand side of the map, just making things interesting, and I can respect him for that. Does actually take a swing at the refinery, does not have enough squads to actually kill that off. Could actually kill off all these infantry, though, with the number of Shadow Teams that he's got here, but man, he has just put Dante in such a terrible position. And once those Shadow Teams are able to get their charges back, they're just going to run right in and bomb that refinery. Yeah, Bike Rush Owns has really done so much damage here. And if Maze is able to follow up on this, he's just going to be able to steamroll this base, and there's just nothing that Dante is going to be able to do to stop it. There is an APC out, as well as a barracks here, so we could be seeing an APC engineer, but no, actually it looks like it's going to be more rocket squads. Maze finally getting himself in the mix here. Going to be looking to put some pressure on this base of DFL down in the south. And he's going to be able to take out that portal, no problem. He's going to take that out right quick, and actually not before the stasis chamber does come down. I don't know if he dropped another portal there. No, it doesn't look like he was able to. And Bike Rush just beaconing that he was taking out the... I think he actually just took out the foundry, so it's going to slow down DFL a little bit as far as his build goes, though I'm sure he's probably not too worried about a foundry. While it's an annoying loss to take, it's not game-ending. They're pretty inexpensive to rebuild. Bike Rush Owns still just ecoing here, not doing a whole lot. He has unpacked and repacked his MCV. Not quite sure. It looks like that animation was maybe just glitched out on my screen. But he should have enough here to actually kill off that power plant. So Bike Rush Owns just being allowed to do so much damage with these Shadow Teams. It's just a devastating amount of damage. Dante is set super far behind, still sitting on one refinery. He has only now rebuilt his war factory. So he's at a severe disadvantage. And now it's going to be up to APC actually strolling into the base of Bike Rush. That's going to be lost for nothing. I think Dante just wanted to see if he was all in or not. I think the dropping of a Shredder turret is going to indicate that he is not all in. And it's looking like it was a base creep forward here from Maze, but it looks like he's changed his mind now that he sees the avatar, or rather the tripods. I keep wanting to call them avatars. I don't know what it is about these guys that I want to call them avatars here today. But we do have the MCV on the move here for Dante. Not quite sure what his plan is with this, but it looks like he's going down to the south. Maybe looking to go for a cheeky push onto... oh no, I was thinking he was going to push down here, but that's his teammate. That would be kind of silly. You can't push your own teammate. Mastermind trying to come in and getting a capture on that construction yard, but the pack up and unpack from Maze is going to be preventing that. Mastermind is in range. Is he going to get the capture? I think the Mastermind actually went down. Mastermind goes down. Construction yard keeps packing up and redeploying, but at least that money is not going to be going into the hands of DFL. But this is looking really bad for Maze on the right-hand side now. His railgun mammoth tanks, which he upgraded pretty early on without actually having a whole lot in the way of forces out on the field. Those were stasis shielded, and now they're going to get EMP'd straight away. And yeah, actually both of those, all three of the mammoth tanks get locked down straight off the hop by all three of these tripods. So that's going to be devastating for Maze if he loses all these mammoth tanks. That's a huge investment that it's going to be all for naught. Looks like a couple of bikes came in from Bike Rush owns trying to snipe down these Devastator warships, but they just simply don't have the damage output. Maze is now getting pressured in his base. He doesn't have a whole lot to actually stop this. Firehawk's coming in, going to be able to snipe down the Devastator warships pretty quickly. Another MCV comes out, so he could definitely hold the line here. He's going to likely need to spam some infantry to try to hold off against these tripods. I don't know that he could really produce anything else in mass enough numbers to be able to stop this, but we do have a push forward here from Dante on the left-hand side, but Bike Rush Jones has been able to get his economy established despite going for that really heavy early game cheese, and he's got a decent number of Scorpion tanks out on the field. Going to be rolling forward. I think he's up to a decent size force enough to push forward and potentially get into the tip field of Dante at this point and just continue to exert some pressure on this economy. So that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to push forward and get some free shots on these harvesters. Will he get a harvester there? No, actually it looks like he's pulling back. He is going to recommit to killing that harvester. No. Is he going to kill it? Oh, that harvester. Okay, he does actually kill it off. Wow, actually gets an elite Scorpion tank. He's going to be losing that though to the forces on the other side. Actually, it looks like Biker Jones came in here to try to support his ally. Manages to stop this attack on the right-hand side through the force of the Hands of Nod as well as the Shredder turret drops. Going to be killing off all those additional pesky shock trooper squads. They do get picked off, but yeah, I mean, that comes at the cost of losing his entire force on the left-hand side of the map, though he has dwindled the forces of Dante even further, and he's just setting him further behind. So I think Bike Rush is really invested in keeping Maze alive, but it looks like all of the Firehawks have actually been sniped. Another Firehawk comes out, but is immediately going to get shot up. I don't even know that it's going to get a shot off. Yeah. So DFL actually doing a fantastic job of continuing to push forward onto the base of Maze, and even with the support of Bike Rush, he's just still taking too much damage. Now it looks like actually all of the Storm Riders here from DFL are actually going to turn the turrets onto Bike Rush. Bike Rush being forced to drop AA missile, or rather the AA turrets in his own base, and he does still have another large number of Scorpion tanks here. More AA batteries being dropped by Bike Rush owns. He will get a. I thought for a second there he was going to get both of those really heavily damaged. Oh jeez, what are the name of them? Storm Riders. That's the word I was looking for. Thought he was going to get kills on both of them, but did not actually manage to do so. A couple of infantry squads here coming in from Bike Rush owns, not actually going to be able to do a whole lot. I think they may have killed off a couple of infantry squads from Dante, but honestly didn't do too much. More rifleman squads just continuing to push forward. Or I'm sorry, militant squads rather, as he is Nod. And then in the base of Maze actually spamming out a large number of zone troopers, so trying to counter the inevitable tripod push, but there is another mastermind out on the field. Oh, we did have Tib Catalyst Missile. Oh, Catalyst Missile drops both of those refineries, and that's going to be devastating. Bike Rush owns really putting the pain on Dante, and he could definitely swing through and potentially steamroll his base. He's only got Scorpion tanks at this point. Doesn't have a whole lot to speak of. He does have stealth tanks coming out now. He's got 2 stealth tanks out on the field. Not sure if there's others that are rolling around, but yeah, Maze is being herded around the map here by the forces of DFL. DFL's got a pretty strong grasp on this right-hand side, but he is losing a lot of units, and he has managed to harvest out the majority of his Tiberium here down in the bottom right corner, whereas Maze still has a significant amount of Tiberium to gather up in this upper right corner. So if he can still hold things off and hold DFL back from doing too much damage, and actually Maze preemptively selling off structures just to try to prevent that Mastermind from going down. Oh my god! That Buzzer Swarm could have killed off so many of those Zone Troopers, but didn't actually manage to kill almost any of them from what I can tell. So that was a nice attempt there from DFL, but wasn't able to do so. Mike Rashone's using this opportunity to counter-harass the Harvesters here of DFL, just going to be killing off as many Harvesters and just denying as much economy as he possibly can. I'm not sure if there's any other stealth tanks running around on the map at the moment. There are Orcas out on the field for Dante at this point, so he is not out of this game, despite being put way behind by Bike Rush Owens. And then we do have a beacon coming in here. Not quite sure what he's beaconing. Maybe just saying that he's trying to hit some Harvesters. Looks like actually only one Harvester was phased. Kind of interesting. I don't know that that was really what he was shooting for. Dante actually coming in here trying to support his ally, trying to kill off that that stealth tank, but man, these Storm Riders still being used to pretty good effect here, forcing Maze to chase them all around the map with the Mammoth tanks and all that. But honestly, these Mammoth tanks need to get out on the front lines, and they need to start doing some damage. Wow, actually a bunch more stealth tanks here in the north for Bike Rush owns, so got a pretty sizable force of harassment units out on the field. There's a militant squad that's made its way all the way across the map for Bike Rush as well. Now actually the infantry kind of straying forward piece by piece. Definitely not what you would want to be seeing coming out from Maze. Maybe squandering an opportunity here. I think he's just trying to kill off these Storm Riders, but honestly the Storm Riders aren't what he really needs to be concerned about. It's this base here, and obviously the Annihilator tripods. There are 3 or 4 of them out. I think that this one's going to be going down pretty soon. No, maybe not. Not quite sure, but there's pretty much a blockade force here for Dante. It looks like he's actually going to choose to engage into this. Maybe not. Yeah, I think he's changed his mind here. Realized that the avatars as well as the obelisk and the shredder turret's just going to be too powerful for him. And then obviously that back line of scorpion tanks, pretty scary looking in and of itself. But 4 tripods enough to hold this force off. A lot of infantry going down. I think just kind of wasted here from Maze on the right hand side. And now Maze is being pushed back here by the by the tripods. And they're doing a lot of damage. Snipe the husk as well, so that's a nice move there from DFL to prevent that from going into his hands. But man, this is looking like a pretty brutal game. Oh, the shot from that storm column coming in a millisecond too late. The tier 3 does go down, so Bike Rush owns punishing these guys with this tier 4 support powers. And I believe that the well, you know, I don't know. I think Tib Catalyst Missile. No, Tib Vapor Bomb absolutely is a tier 4 support power. I thought for a second that maybe it was tier 3 with an airfield or something, but no, it absolutely has to be tier 4. But now Dante, he's sending all of his forces here down to the south. Okay, so he's trying to catch out the Scorpion tanks here down in the south. He's been chasing them all around the map. GG comes in from DFL, saying now you won, right? And yeah, he would be right if this game is in fact over. I think DFL is expecting this one to be over. DFL actually throws in the towel, so that's going to be it for him. And this is looking like it's going to be going into the favor of Cheatnuts, who could potentially be taking a flawless victory in this series, and I think actually in the entire tournament. I don't think they actually dropped a game throughout the course of the day today, so well played to Team Cheatnuts. Dante has been defeated. Team Dimante does in fact become the defeated forces here, and Team Cheatnuts is going to be taking a victory. So very, very strong game. Nice showing from DFL. Not quite sure who he is, but he played pretty well today. I'll give him credit for that. So whoever he is, hats off to him. He definitely put up a fight against some of the bigger names in the game, but not enough to actually secure himself a victory. So the $60 cash prize going over to the team of Bike Rush Owns and Maze, and that's split evenly. So those guys will get $30 a piece. That's pretty nice. I'm sure Bike Rush will be quite happy with that. Yeah, already giving his PayPal information in the lobby. He knows the drill. He certainly won enough money from this game, And Maze, I'm sure he'll be happy with picking himself up yet another victory in a tournament here in both Kane's Wrath and Tiberium Wars, and he has solidly put himself in a dominating position on the Tiberium Wars side of things by winning the most recent Tiberium Wars 1v1 tournament as well as the February Ladder Wars. So congratulations to both Bike Rush Owns and Maze in the form of Team Cheatnuts. That was a good set of games. That last game was actually probably the best, I think, out of the 4 that we saw from these guys. It was very, very strong. Very nice moves there from Bike Rush to support Maze. I think DFL honestly would have won that if it was 1v1 on the right-hand side. But all the same, a very, very good set of games today. Very entertaining set of games. We didn't have too many blowouts. This last series was a little bit of a couple of blowouts. We saw some APC engineers, which kind of determined the game. And then obviously this last game, Bike Rush really crippled Dimante, kind of took him out as a threatening factor in the game, and really allowed the pressure to kind of be taken off of Maze to help support Bike Rush on the left-hand side. And that in and of itself is a pretty strong amount of support. So congratulations to these guys. That's going to be it for me today, guys. I hope you guys have all had fun. Right now we're sitting on 47 people watching. I think we peaked. Let me just check. I'll double check the numbers. I'm kind of curious. Yep, we actually peaked at 60 concurrent viewers, so that's pretty cool. I hope everybody enjoyed the cast today. It's been interesting. We had a lot of downtime, so I do apologize for that, and apologize on behalf of Game Replays, obviously. That's not what we were expecting. But connection issues do happen, whether it's due to the Revor service or due to just simple player connections. But yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. That's going to be it for us today, guys. I hope you guys have all had fun. Team Cheatnuts taking the victory there, so congratulations to Bike Rush Owns and Maze once again. That's going to be it for me. Hope you guys have all had fun. I'll catch you all next time.